Welcome, everybody. Another live show. Fantastic Friday live show. We got our special guest today, Anthony Gonzalez Clark, and whoever else decides to join. How you doing, Anthony?
I'm doing well. Today's a day off.
Oh, nice. So you're going to work on your own stuff, huh?
Yeah, that's the
That's the plan.
It's the plan, and I'm excited.
Good. All right. Well, I'm trying to finish up some Phobos coloring, but I have another spread I'm trying to start, but I wasn't fully prepared yet. So I'm still kind of figuring it out.
Well, it looks pretty sweet. Yeah, I'm going to be finishing up a Seasons page today, and then just some other little commission work that I was doing. But no, that's looking pretty sweet. What the I had never seen that cartoon, the one for Remind. I had never seen that. Did you have it up on your channel?
I've always had it unlisted, so I'll like pull it out when I need to show someone, you know.
Yeah.
But I didn't ever make it public. Really, it's kind of like part of one of the early Kickstarters I had, but. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just never like made it so it's like, here it is, here's the animation. And I have a lot more than that, but that's the better parts. There's a lot of really bad animation that when I was learning to animate, you know, because that's how I learned to animate, was that making that clip.
And you did all the voices for that.
Yeah, well, some of it was from like sound effect libraries, and then yeah, all the lizard noises.
But all the like the hi-ya, like that's you, right?
Yeah, a lot of it is.
I can tell.
Most of it is.
I can tell. I just like, I've heard you throughout the years of all the sounds you've made, that I was like, that's Jason's voice.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's funny. I haven't, the last, like, I had an animation class in like high school, and I was trying to be pretty inventive. I was trying to be pretty in that. No, I was trying to be pretty experimental with that, and it didn't go over so well. I remember there was a pretty good one that I did. This must have been, I don't even know, middle school, and it was about this drug campaign. It was like anti-drug. It was like for DARE. I don't know what it was. Keep kids from smoking. And I had come up with an idea about turkeys or something. I don't even remember. And they had people from this animation studio, or just who were some sort of animation program in the colleges or something, that would come and teach the middle school for animation, for how to draw this and how to proceed with it and how to do it. Mm-hmm. And I remember leading it, leading the whole thing. Mm-hmm. And then I just drew this whole thing where these turkeys come out of nowhere from all around him. Like, this guy's walking up, and then he looks back and forth, and then he like swings his hand. He's like, no, and then the turkeys all tackle him. And that was the last time like I really actually did something that was like for animation or something similar to what, like, the way you did it, like that, just drawing each panel like that. This guy walking up, and it was pretty cool. Yeah. And but anyways, I don't know where I was going with that story. All I remember is that, like, the last time I did anything with animation like that was probably like around, it was like 9th grade. I think that was 9th grade. Yeah. It's fun.
Yeah. Fun. There's some real fun things in animation, I think, that I've done. Yeah, it's just, I feel like I've moved on, like I'm doing better things or anything, because animation was really fun for me. But it's just that once I realized I needed to just I could tell my stories quicker and get them out there and stuff like that by just making books. It kind of
Right.
changed my whole perspective on it all. Sorry, I'm making all this noise. Moving my stickies.
Sorry. But you did something for the Bible Project, right? Is that?
Yeah, that was the last kind of professional thing I did before being like, okay, I really got to focus now.
Yeah. How'd you get that? How'd you get up? How'd you get in touch with them with that?
Sorry, I'm realizing that I'm not doing anything on my screen.
All right, I'll leave you alone.
Boring. Yeah, hold that. Let me just get this situated and
Gotcha.
then I can think and draw. Well, what should I do? You know what? I'll just start sketching on this while I'm talking. Okay, so Bible Project. I was at DreamWorks. I was desperately trying to figure out what to do with my life because DreamWorks was great. I learned a lot, but I was there for about 7 years at that point. And it was approaching the end of my second contract, my second 3-year contract. What is that? 6 years. I guess I was there 5 years. I'm bad at math. And so I was...
That's why you're drawing.
I was really trying to figure out what I was supposed to do with my art and my books and my graphic novels because I could tell it was like working. It was working, and I wasn't quite as fulfilled at DreamWorks anymore. I felt like I learned a lot, but I wanted to move on and not get stuck there because there's a lot of lifers, that you kind of just get stuck there, and you get the steady paycheck, and you don't really get to do anything that you want to do. You're just put on job after job that you're like, okay, here's another one. I'll work on the Shrek video game tie-in or whatever, And so I just didn't want to go down that path because it's very attractive. It's like golden handcuffs is how I've always looked at it, And so anyway, I was like wanting to try to figure out a freelance job that I could do from anywhere that wasn't part of Hollywood. Mm-hmm. And I just stumbled on the Bible Project videos, and I was like really impressed with their first couple videos because it was right after they did the first 2 videos, I think, on Genesis. They did a theme video and then a Genesis video, and I kind of saw it right around that time, and I was like, this is exactly the kind of stuff I could do really easily. And so I was really excited that someone was doing that and doing it really well. And so I donated, and then John, one of the 2 main guys, he emailed me and said, hey, thanks for the donation. Where'd you hear about us? And I was like, I just found you on YouTube. Oh, and by the way, I work at DreamWorks, and I'd also do motion design, and I could, help you guys if you really need help. Like blah, 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 blah. And so months later, he was in LA, and he said, hey, I want to meet you. So I had him come on campus, and we just talked about what they were doing. And he basically was like, hey, how much would it take to get you to just stop DreamWorks and come and work with us? And I was like, well, that's ideal, but I am on contract, so I don't want to just completely be a jerk about it, Mm-hmm. Just break a contract. Plus, I don't know. And so I was like, you just gotta wait, but I'd still love to do it. So after my contract was done or getting close to being done, I contacted him again. It's like, can I work from home, like instead of actually living in Portland? And he was like, sure. And so, it was because it was all I could do. So I was like, I would prefer if you just give me a video that I could just art direct and animate and do. And so they said, yeah. And I don't think they've done that before or since, but it was they just kind of let me do it, and I flew down there and sat in the meeting room with them as they were trying to figure out the storyboarding, and then I did this went off and did the storyboards after we kind of talked through everything.
Yeah.
And pitched it, and they liked it, and then I designed it, and they liked it, and then they recorded the voiceovers, and then I just was at home and just drawing and animating and working on it, and spent about 2 months on it. So it was good. So yeah, it was interesting. And then I moved to Idaho while that was happening, and then I got the Webtoons deal locked in, and so at that point I was like, sorry, I just can't keep working anymore. I did a couple other random things with them, but it was just too much to juggle. I have a question from Ben. Anthony, what's your YouTube channel?
Oh, you just go to Daydream Continuum. Just look that up. I found that using my name, a bunch of different Anthony Clarks or Anthony Gonzalez Clarks come up. So I have to just leave Daydream Continuum. Just look that up. Yeah. And you'll find me there. You'll see my smiling mug. I drew my face as in the style of like Daniel Klaus, however you say his name. The guy who did like Ghost World and the art school Confidential. I did my style. I drew that. And yeah, you just see me smiling there with my bizarro smile. That's how you find me.
Sweet.
And then I did this like hideous banner that I haven't taken down yet. I just collaged all my art, and I'm like, usually those look good if everything maybe is the same. I don't know what's the rule about collages. So I just kind of meshed all my art that I've ever done together in a banner, and it just looks bad. But I was like, I just haven't changed it yet.
Like that bad.
Yeah, I like very simple stuff, but I was like, oh, let me just do this. I've done a lot of things. Let me see. I think I was thinking of like Portfolio or something at the time.
Yeah.
I'm like, let me
That's
show
hard. Like the banner stuff. I don't get how people make that stuff look so slick. I finally rested on what I have now, but it seems like, I dig through my art and I'm really happy with art, but then when you try to like make it be a banner that represents you, it's not that cool.
Yeah, right. Yeah, like the just one piece of art and that's it. Like that I've just used panels from like seasons, like things that where I have like Fletcher, that's the main character, like walking out of a hole like he made. And like he burst out of the ground and he's walking out of the hole, and I was like, oh, that'd be pretty cool. Like it was him climbing out, and then I just put seasons like right next to him, and I made that into a little banner. And then I was like, how can I expand this? But I would lose the hole. I have to I had to like redraw. I have to like add everything into it, and so all these, it's like single little panels look pretty cool. But anyways, banners. Yeah. Apparently you need them. Like, jeez. Yeah, I'm finishing up, like, I'm doing a book cover for a friend of mine's mom.
Okay.
And got some edits to do and try to make it look nice and modern. Not too modern, I guess, and cheesy. It's like a relationship book.
Oh, yeah. So you got to make it real cheesy. So
yes. And now I'm just trying to make the letters pop a little bit more. Let's see. So I was trying to do time-lapse videos with some of the commission work that I have. And remember I was telling you that I'm really terrible at using Premiere. And so, but it's so easy to drop stuff in there and just sort of right click it, do a speed duration, and then just speed everything up.
Mhm.
Okay, so I used OBS to this time instead of using the iPad to just draw everything and just do a time lapse for me. So
Yeah.
I did OBS, drew everything in Clip Studio, and I kept doing it throughout the day. So I have like 7 videos that I have to just sort of drop in there and then just speed up. It's easy, right? And then Premiere doesn't use MKV files. It uses all these other files, but the one file I was using or something like that. So yeah,
Always something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, that's. I'm sure that somebody's like run into that problem where, again, you have all these files and then you just, anyways, it's the one thing that always keeps happening. Like I don't have the right format or something.
Yeah. Well, even like in iMovie or whatever, QuickTime or whatever, it's like as the systems upgrade, they make it so that the standard the files that they used before that were common are, you can't view them quickly and they're obsolete, or you have to re-export them so that they're whatever. And so I have all these old movie files on my computer that I made with the software, and it's just because I have a new version now, it's like I can't quickly view it. I have to I have to decompress it, and then I don't know. And so it's weird how it changes.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you just have it so that everything's continually? I don't know. I'm not a programmer, so what do I know?
Right. Well, it's just a part of that stress. This, like, everything is made so you get angry, you get stressed out. The whole system, everything is traffic, the lights. I mean, it's just the way everything is set up. It just seems like it always sounds crazy. Like when you go through these little things, like, okay, the system's set up to stress you out. Okay, for example, I remember there was my computer kept shutting off. Like it kept shutting off doing this sleep thing. And when I would walk away, when I would stop using it, it would just do this. It would go into sleep mode, right? It means the computer would totally shut off, and it would do that every 2 minutes. Okay, so you think, go to sleep mode, change it to a different time. Okay, so I made sure that I went to the sleep mode, went to the power saving mode. I did everything that I possibly could. Okay, look it up. Why does my computer keep shutting off going to sleep mode? Okay, so I went there and I changed everything to not shut off. Everything. I mean, everything I could possibly think of that they told me to do, all the different forums were telling me to do. And it kept shutting off every 2 minutes. And this was going on for a long time. And because I would just not be on my computer that much at home, but at points where I was on it all day and I would have to come back, everything be shut off. Okay. So eventually I figured out the problem. And so I went to this one forum and they said that this specific thing was supposed to be there. Like, I don't know what it was called, but instead of when I would go to this specific thing, it would give me 4 options. And now then when I went to this but he had a 5th. I'm like, why don't I have the 5th? And so then I had to go through this kind of, I don't know, codesy kind of thing. This other part of the computer I didn't, you never go to. And I had to change this one little variable to this. And then suddenly it appeared. And then I had to click on that thing. And then it gave me the option, another option, a mysterious option that would never existed.
Mysterious.
It was never there. And it gave me this option now to change the time. Okay. So I'm just saying that they're messing with you. It just seems like everything. Why would that? It's like, why would that have to be there? Why couldn't it just go to sleep mode? And you think that you could just go to sleep mode, turn off sleep mode. Why? Why does this? I have to go do this code, go make this thing exist, and change this variable so that option pops up, and then I can finally, finally go to this thing to turn off from sleep mode. I'm just saying, Jason, it sounds crazy, but they're messing with you. That's my whole thing. It's like, so that's it. That's my crazy story. It's just like they do everything to just stress you out, to make you go crazy. to give up, and then you because you wonder why people are just like giving up so easily on things because if they just keep pushing you to a certain point, you'll just give up. You're not going to want to put your family
But why
through
would they
it.
want you to give up on their software and platform?
But see, you won't. Like you won't. Like it. Like what do you mean? Like it's like that you'll never stop using Microsoft. You'll never stop using these things. It's everywhere. I mean, it's like you. It's
They're
the
trying
thing.
to beat you down so that your life decisions are like, I'm a failure. I can't do anything.
Right. It's like, well, when you come to anything else in your life, it becomes that much easier for you to give up control over certain things. Like you won't fight back as hard. If they keep bombarding you with all these things, with all these unnecessary things, it makes it that much easier eventually for you to just give up, and just give in. Like, please just let me draw. Just let me use my computer. I'll do anything you say. That's what that's what I think this is. But rarely do people go through the steps that you need to go through and then actually say, no, I'm not going to use this. It's like, you're crazy. It's like,
you gotta really want it.
Yeah. It's like, it's
all
like,
right, I'm going to throw some shout outs to people.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Richard. How you doing? Jessica. Good to see you here. Thanks for being on the show yesterday. We got Lizzie. And we got Richard Smith's question. We already answered that. We got Dr. Morty on Twitch. Hope everyone's having a great day. If you guys don't know about the Twitch channel, head on over to Twitch. If you like Twitch better than YouTube or Facebook or whatever, head on over there. We're also streaming on Facebook today. So if anyone's on Facebook, say hi and I'll shout you out. And then we got Zach. Maybe he's going to come in later. He is He is a member. Look at that. He has a little logo by his name. That means he's a member. If you guys want to be a member on YouTube, I'll send you links to. I have decided this is what I'll do with members. Well, I'll shout you out, but also I'll send you links to Phobos online. This is something that only patrons would used to get. You can actually read the 200 and something pages that I have already made of Phobos. If you become a member, I'm going to update it pretty soon, hopefully today. And so whenever I get the next update in, I'll send everyone a message through YouTube. And then you can link to the thingy and stuff. Yeah, very specific. All right, so there's that. I'll probably also give you guys the ability to order the actual fluffies, these things, the little 100-page booklets. Again, that was only for patrons, but if you are a member, I'll figure out ways to make that possible for you guys too.
All right.
So anyway, if you guys like Facebook and you're on Facebook and you want to watch this on Facebook, you can find it at Cognitive Drawing, or you can find it streaming at the Jason Brubaker, my Facebook page. So welcome everybody from all across the internet. Link, please, for what? What do you need the link for? Is this for the Phobos? That's just for Phobos for members. Oh, members. Do you want a member link? I think it's just a join button. Under the video, there's a join, and then that makes you gives you membership. But you gotta pay. So sorry about that. We got Tobias here. That your explanation of coding was stressful. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Yes, it's very. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, people will say, "Don't talk about it; it's too stressful." It's like, so. Yeah, it never gets out there.
Welcome, Zach.
Hey, what's up?
My first member, Zach? The very first member ever of the Brew Crew.
I was just in the right place at the right time.
So, Anthony, you can share your screen if you want me to be able to see it. If you want me to share your
I'm terrified of that.
Romance novel. What was it?
It's a relationship book. that
Yeah,
I'm
definitely
commissioned
not normal.
to the commission to do the cover. Yeah, just trying to figure out ways for the letters to pop. That's it. But no, I'm afraid to use the screen share on this thing. It may kick me
That's
out.
right. Last time it kind of gave you some trouble.
But once I start drawing seasons, I'll screen share and we'll experiment with that. Yeah. So there you go.
So that's that. Carlos says, I subscribe to your YouTube. Not sure what the other button there is. So there's the join button. Let's see if I can let me see if I can walk people through it. I don't know. I'm new to it too. YouTube just finally allowed me to have memberships. So it's kind of all new. Same with streaming on Facebook. That's all new and crazy.
Let's see.
Okay. So here we're watching the show. So we're watching us watch it. Here's the join button. And you can join the channel. And you can get a little badge of honor to be part of the Brew Crew. And then I'll give you some of the perks that I give patrons, basically. So, and then when I post things on YouTube, I also have the ability to post it just to members. So I will post things just to members, like links to Phobos, links to order Phobos books that aren't for public consumption. Not that there's anything bad in them. It's just that they're not ready to be launched on Kickstarter yet and stuff like that. So, it's a little behind the curtain type of stuff.
How's everybody doing today?
Oh, good. I think I'm good.
You get a good night's sleep?
Say what?
Did you get a good night's sleep? Not dreaming about drawing?
I did. Yeah. That was nice. Dreaming about drawing.
Dreaming about drawing.
Yeah, I was tired last night. I was dragging by the end of the day.
Yeah, trying to draw, do a stream, work all day.
Yeah.
I was doing that last week and I was getting burned out pretty quick.
Yeah.
Remember, I had a lot more energy when I was going to the gym, and now the gyms are closed.
Oh.
And before that, I remember I was talking to my wife and I were just discussing, like, should we just build a gym? Because we're cleaning out the garage, and we're just like, we should just do that because, like, we're spending this per year. I should just probably put it into this. And we decided no. And then I was going to go do something else, and then this whole thing happened. It was funny. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to help my wife have a CrossFit type gym in the garage. So she bought some of the loops and we're trying to get a bar and build a little box so she can jump around on it. And yeah, it's a whole thing. A whole nother thing. And then there's the motivation factor. She likes to go and work in the gym with people because it's motivational,
Right.
And that's a little different when you're in the garage.
Mm-hmm. But it's also, you get up, you have to get up, get ready, and you have to get to the gym. And you're more motivated to work out harder and longer, and not give up like halfway through or in the beginning because you're at home You're just like, oh, I could just go sit down at the desk or something for a second to rest. And then what ends up happening is you look at Facebook or something and then you just forget about your workout. If you actually have to go and get to the place, then you're like, well, I'm here, so I should do things,
Yeah.
Went through all this effort to get here.
And then I send you a link and I go, hey, come and jump on my stream instead of go to the gym.
Yeah. Jason, what are you doing?
Sit on your butt longer.
I don't mind hanging out with you, though.
Yeah. Oh, look at this. We have a new member of the Brew Crew, Dr. Morty. Welcome to the membership. This is a lifelong membership. I don't know if I told you that. You'll be charged every month. So yeah, welcome. Hopefully I can see your chats every time you post something. If you have a question, throw it in the comments, and if I see the little logo by you, then I'll throw you on screen. So I appreciate the support, and I'll be sending in the YouTube posts links to things as I post them on Patreon. So there you go. So keep your eyeballs peeled for that. And we got Bob Crum. He is a member. Welcome, Bob. You're welcome on the show. And Dr. Morty. Yay! So now I'll have members and they'll just be saying random things and I have to put them on screen.
You put the precedent.
Yep. You gotta, now I gotta do it. I guess I did put it if I see it. If I see your comment, I'll put it on screen. Huh? Now I'm backing out of my commitments.
Oh, I'm not sharing my screen. So
It's okay.
Sorry.
You don't have to if you're not feeling it. Look at that. Mr. Bob Crum is watching on Twitch. This is my platform of choice for streamers. Nice. Van says Clip Studio. I'm not using Clip Studio at the moment. I am using Photoshop, sadly. I love Clip Studio though. Let's see what Zach's working on. So Zach, all your pages are brown. Is this just the first pass?
Yeah, this is
back in.
Yeah, this is basically like my penciling, you could say, is I take it to a very rough render, and then I start adding my color, and then I do a render layer on top of that, and then that's the final.
Got it. Okay. So you're just doing all the thumbs first, or for a big chunk. It seems like, right?
Yeah, essentially. Like I do a huge amount of just the sepia tone rendering. Get a bunch of pages to that point. It's mostly because if I need to change something in the story, it's easier to start with a monochromatic, so that way if I have to repaint or do something, I'm just worried about values. I'm not having to change colors and do all kinds of stuff like that. So when I finally say like, okay, this is the way this page is going to go, period, I can like jump on it. and finalize it and get it done. You know?
Yeah, makes sense. Does it feel like you're painting your story twice?
Yeah, because each page kind of goes through a review process of I get all this done, and then I figure out where the bubbles are, and I'm like, okay, that works, and then I show some people that I trust. I'm like, hey, how's this page look? And then they're like, this is good. It's nice. It flows well. Then I go forward, so I don't have to. It's kind of like trying to save myself time, as much time as I possibly can later.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh.
That all happens in my thumbnail stages, I think, at least on this book. Like, I get the thumbnail to a place where I'm like, yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking in my brain, and then I kind of go straight to finish, because I think it's just because I've thought about this story long enough.
Mm-hmm.
And like, if I have to do too many steps on Phobos, then I'll never finish it.
Mm-hmm.
Like the next book I do, the next story I do, I believe I'm going to want to do quite a bit of steps in the process compared to Phobos.
I'm actually thinking my next will be a lot less steps.
Yeah.
Pardon me, guys. Phone's ringing.
That was a beautiful ringtone.
Mm-hmm.
Anthony's embarrassed whenever I call anything he does beautiful. Oh, Mia can't come on. Yeah, I mean, just boo. She'll be on Monday. Mia says she can't come on.
Oh.
It's all good, Mia. We'll be here. Let's see.
All right, I'm back.
Oh, good. Broke the silence.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I want to get everyone comfortable with not having to talk. To me, that means I've done the right thing, because it means everyone's working, getting stuff done. You all feel comfortable. Don't feel like you have to perform. I don't know.
Yeah, I was on with Dan Fraga last night. We were doing there's Drawn and Quartered, but then there's the formerly known as Fan Edition, but now it's the Ultimate Edition. And Dan Fraga was on, and it was just last night just talking. This morning, like, oh, I don't want to talk because I've just been talking so much. I feel like I've heard my own voice so long that I'm just like,
yeah. And for me, if I'm going to host these streams regularly, then the priority needs to be getting work done. Otherwise, I just can't keep doing it. It'll dry up, and I'll stop doing them.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm not getting things done. So. And one of my streams got removed the other day, and then I appealed it, and then they sent me an email back and said, "Yep, we've decided to remove it for good. Your appeal is denied."
Which one was it?
Wait, which one?
It was just an hour-long stream where it was me and one patron who came on, and halfway through, it was like super mellow. So I don't understand at all. I had a little bit of I had my song playing at the beginning, like my welcome song, and I'm wondering if that was it. That kind of YouTube thinks it's copyright infringement. I don't know. I just can't figure it out. And they don't give you any reason.
Wow.
Or they don't let you look at it. So like I can't even look through the video to see what might have been a problem. It's so stupid.
YouTube has been doing that a lot, though, to a lot of people since all this stuff happened, and they pretty much let all the bots just take control.
But even like but even denying the appeal, is that happening too?
Yeah, a lot of people are getting their appeals denied. And a lot of people, and they're not showing why. It's not.
Okay. So I'm not the only one. Okay.
No, you're in a long list of people that it's just getting impacted. It's pretty much especially smaller channels. Yeah. Like if you don't at least have 100,000 channels, or you have a contact literally at YouTube that you can call.
Yeah.
You're getting hit, and there's nothing you can do about it, really.
Okay. When you hit 100,000, you can call someone there.
Yeah. Well, you pretty much at 100,000 because you're making enough revenue off of ads and stuff like that. You have a contact at YouTube.
Oh, okay.
That you can figure out where things like that happen.
I wonder if it affects anything, because I just turned off ads. I'm like, I don't care. At least for all my new stuff. Mm-hmm. I don't make any money from it. Like maybe $100 every 2 months, and I'm just kind of like, who cares? I don't want to waste people's time with these stupid ads when I'm not making any money from them.
Mm-hmm.
So unless it starts actually making money, there's no point in wasting everyone's time. Mm-hmm.
I kind of just go back to what your goals were in the beginning, why you left YouTube in the first place, where you were like, I didn't want to become a streamer where that's where you made your money.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And if it did get to a point where it was making a decent amount to where it helped and it was reliable and all that stuff, mm-hmm. then I could see committing to it a lot more. I'm committing to it while I'm doing Cognitive Drawing, the Kickstarter, and then we'll see what happens after that. So hopefully it stays.
Well, we'll see how after this month, and you get to see all the revenue from memberships and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, the memberships might actually make enough of an impact to where it makes it more.
This might be worth doing at least like once a week.
Yeah. I mean, I really like it. I've really been enjoying it though, especially having everybody come on, mm-hmm. because it doesn't put the pressure on me. Like I've been showing your screen this whole time, so
yeah.
It puts the pressure on you.
Oh no, I don't. The thing is, I used to do Twitch.
Yeah.
I did it for 3 years, way back when Twitch was really easy to use. Mm-hmm. And the creative base, like Adobe had a channel on Twitch, mm-hmm. and I used to do all that stuff. And so streaming live has never been I feel so much pressure, like I'm performing. But it's just I more so get I have to figure out the feel of the people I'm talking to mostly, and I think after streaming with you for almost a week, I finally figured out the comfort level.
Yeah.
You'll see I'll shift as soon as like you bring on people that I don't know, feeling out what can I say around them, and what kind of
Yeah, I'm the same way. I go on Doug's channel and then I'm just quiet because I'm like, I don't know these people.
Well, yeah, you were on yesterday, weren't you?
Yeah. Yeah, I think also in my streams, if I get more than 5 people in the stream with me, then I kind of push back into the shadows and just want to listen. I'm not a conversation starter when it comes to like a big group of people. You know?
Yeah. Hi, Anthony.
Hi. How are you doing?
Doing pretty good. How you doing, Anthony?
Doing well. How's your campaign going?
Really good. Jason is in this community. Jason's community is amazing.
Oh yeah, good.
Contacted on Twitter from people that are like, "Hey, I found you on Jason's stream. Your project looks really good. I just backed it."
What's the name of it again?
Golma.
Golma.
Yeah, and
Golma.
like, I kid you not, between yesterday and today, I got 9 new backers, all from Jason.
Oh
Kickstarter,
wow,
right?
And I'm
that's so
like,
good.
holy, you guys are amazing. This community is amazing. This is beautiful. Wow.
Well, you
So-
have good work too, Zach.
So it says still live on Indiegogo when I go to. Oh wait, I'm not logged in. I see that I'm restricted from seeing certain things. All right.
All right, that was pure gold. Hey, Zach, do you want to show it off a little bit?
Oh, sure.
Um,
I'm not. Hold on.
Oh, and also, you guys, since both of you are kind of regulars, let me show you. I want to make these things. I just sent it to Mia only first to try it out because everyone asks what her information is.
Mhm.
But I made this type of thing. I have a little template. I can send you this, and
Oh,
then
yeah.
you can fill it out. So
Yeah, I was
that
going to
when-
ask you about that.
Okay.
Yeah, that way it's just you can throw it up. I can throw it up whenever you're on, and people ask about you.
Oh, cool.
But it's
Yeah, no,
not
if you send me that, I'll get one made.
okay. I know it's a chore to make stuff like that, so I apologize. If you want me to do it, I can make it for you too.
I could do it. It's okay, Jason. You don't need any more work on you. You got your own things you got to do.
Plus, you can put your beautiful painted images in it too.
Yeah.
Golma, Golma.
Yeah.
So
This is
Like
Zach.
this was it. It was kind of crazy. I woke up this morning and I had a bunch of emails. I was like, "What?" And nine new backers.
so wait, when it says 11 by 17 print of your choice, what is that? What do you mean?
I have these prints that I got some other artists, including just one from me way down here. These ones.
Oh, those prints down there. Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
And you
Forgot,
could
just
pick-
scroll down.
Yeah, you could pick one of them, or you can get the thing where you get all of them.
Got it.
And it was just cool as I brought on some really talented artists that did some work, and I just loved it. And I was just really happy that I got to pay other artists to help me. You know, it's kind of one of those things where I was in this like cool situation where I got to help other artists, in that way. And so, and it's one of those things where it's like, I was always appreciative when someone would go out of their way to help me especially when I was a young artist.
Mm.
And then I finally got in that position where I could help, so it's just cool. And so I've been bringing on, actually, I even commissioned another artist because we hit a stretch goal. So everybody gets that print, and it's a special print that I haven't revealed yet. And everybody that physically backs it gets that print. You'll get it with your book. And that was part of the stretch goals. But 9 new people, Jason. Thank you.
That's cool.
Thank
That makes me feel good. Because so much of the time, I go on things and I think, oh man, if I could just tap into some of that audience,
Mhm.
great. And then nothing happens, So I'm like, okay, I don't get my hopes up anymore when I go on shows or things.
Mhm.
Jeez, here it is. Okay, so I was trying to figure this out. I kept going to it, the link was going to Kickstarter.
Oh.
Yeah. So now I found it. So it's on Indiegogo. Okay, I get it now. I get it.
I did a Kickstarter and an Indiegogo at the same time. The Kickstarter ended already. So
Let's see. Yeah. Cool.
thank you.
Good. I'm glad you're saying that too, Zach, because then it makes other artists want to come on my show.
Yeah. It's kind of an interesting thing is that, there's some people that build these really huge communities, but the weird thing is like the community doesn't care about anybody but that person. So it's like this kind of fan club / loyalty club.
Yeah.
And then you have communities like this where it's just, there's kind of this, we support each other in this very awesome way. And we're, all in this together, and we're all trying to just support each other. And so, and that brings out kind of a new, I wouldn't say new, but like just a better sort of community.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. You just got a new email. It's back the campaign. So there you go, man.
What? Anthony.
There you go, dude.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was trying to see the prints and stuff, but I got your print.
Thank
Dang
you.
it. I haven't even backed it. I'm going to go over and back it right now. So
Jason.
that way you can.
If you do that, that means
I need to get your stuff. I mean, I've been having you on my show how long now?
And actually, right now too, I haven't gone through. I haven't done the cognitive drawing.
Cognitive
Do you have like a multiple pack? Because I have actually 2 students.
I have, there's a 3-pack. It's the homeschooler pack.
Okay, cool. Yeah,
that's about the 90 videos.
I have 2 students that I've recommended this to, but it feels like I should just go ahead and get it for them as like a.
Oh yeah. Well, the first book is 25. All the other additional books are around 15. So you get a deal the more the more books you get. So, and the books are, I mean, you can get the digital, but the books are like going to be sick. They're going to be really nice. They're made for it.
Let's see.
So the $20 Golma graphic novel, that's not digital. That's the physical book, right?
Yeah, that's the one I will be sending out. 100 pages. It's looking like it's going to be a lot more than 100 pages, though. So
select your shipping destination. Hey, why isn't it America the first to select?
Because it's America or the rest of the world.
Yeah, I know, right? But if Afghanistan comes up first.
You have another email in your inbox now.
Oh my gosh.
There you go, man. Let's see. Because I am going to be homeschooling. And I want my kids to draw.
Oh, yeah. This is so nice for homeschooling because I started my kids on it, and it's just part of the daily curriculum that they have to do with school now. I mean, not their school, but I'm just adding it to give my wife something to give them, and they spend half an hour on it and they enjoyed it and they actually do really good, so it's really good for parents who want to give their kids something to do daily if the kids are in art,
Well, that's awesome.
Yeah. Here, let me do my little pitch real quick. So, hey guys, if you're interested in what we're talking about, it's cognitive drawing. Oh, we got another backer too.
Cool.
We have 20 days to go on it. It is a drawing curriculum to learn to draw the male figure from all angles, to memorize it. 90-day workbook. I just posted an update. So we just crossed the $25,000 mark, which means I'm making 10 female pages. Once we hit 30,000, I'll make another 10 and send that to all the backers. So if anyone backs right now, you get the first 40 pages digital download right away before the campaign even ends. And so you can print it out and try it. I don't know why it's not loading. Load. Maybe it's because I'm streaming. So there you go. It's a nice 160-page book. We got first 40 pages available right now to try out. You can try it before the campaign ends. Before you even get charged, you can try it and see if you like it. You get $20,000. You get the we've unlocked this. It has the 280 photos I took of a bodybuilder for the reference, and then the 25,000 unlocked the 10 girl pages. And there you go. That's what we're doing. And 762 backers already. That's great.
Well, you just got 163.
Nice. Why isn't that
man.
Kickstarter?
Well, it just went through.
All right. Kickstarter's lagging.
Yeah, it's just I don't know why. Yeah, Kickstarter is like just slowly inching through right now. Okay, there it goes. Thank you.
Problem. Okay, I was freaking out because I clicked on. I actually had to go to Google to search the cognitive drawing because when I was on Kickstarter and I would search it, it literally would time out and send me 504.
Oh man!
And I was like, "What's going on?" And I'm freaking out. And then I went to Google and I clicked on it, and it eventually took me to the Kickstarter, but it's just taking forever.
There it is. I see your.
There you go.
your
So it just said right there.
Draw.
I see.
Cool.
I see that very old picture of you as the creator there on Kickstarter.
Oh yeah, that is
Well,
like
that's everywhere.
an old
Yeah, dude, you don't have that mullet.
Boom.
picture. It is kind of a mullet, isn't it?
Let's see. Keep it there. Let's see if it goes up.
There you go.
Did it go up?
Nice.
Boom.
Man, you guys are hooking it up. I might
you
actually
go.
make a female book now.
Do it.
Oh, I thought you said 162 backers. But no, you have like 700. Jeez.
Oh, did I say 162?
I thought I
I'm bad.
maybe I heard that. I'm not sure.
I'm bad with numbers, but yeah, it's
That's
really
why you're drawing.
it's doing its thing. I'm really happy with it. It's
There you go.
been
You
going up
back.
about 1,000 a day,
Drawing.
and friends keep sharing it. There's a couple more pretty good influencers that are going to either make videos about it or share it to their mailing list. So I'm hopeful that will, boost it more.
Well, if you ever need another print for your Golma project, just let me know and I'll draw it for you.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Oh, dude. Yeah. Well, I love season. I love how you drew season. That's freaking. It's
Oh,
crazy.
thanks, man.
I loved it.
Thanks, dude. Yeah, Seasons has been an experience. Like right now, we're adding color to volume 2. So for certain scenes, like the scene that I'm working on now is we're doing a sunset, and so the whole page has color just of the sunset. So you just see the light coming, either reflecting off him, and you see the sky and all that kind of stuff. I've been updating that on Instagram, and I'm figuring out like what needs color, what doesn't. Because I was trying to do this sort of like keep him as black and white, but I was like it didn't look good, so I've everything has color now. The whole page probably is going to have color.
Mm-hmm.
So it's supposed to fade to black and white, back to the normal color, as he's sitting there reflecting, looking at the sunlight.
Real quick, let's all welcome Bob Crumb.
Hey,
What's up, Bob Crumb?
look at me just horning my way in here. Just-
Hey, Bob Crumb, you're famous.
like, how do you figure?
What?
Let's
I
see.
like that response. Yeah, I got some questions in the chat. I see. Thank Mia for telling people how to do it. We got Anthony Tinsley. What tablets do you guys use for digital art? And do you have any recommendations of drawing tablets for someone looking to get into digital art? So let me just show you my stuff. Bloom! I use an iMac with a Wacom Cintiq 24-inch. That is my digital drawing tools.
Tool of choice.
You guys can answer if you want.
So mine's the Wacom. I have like a Wacom, like that 22-inch. That's I do my drawing there. I started using the iPad a little bit. Procreate was pretty fun, but now I just continue to use Clip Studio Paint on the Wacom. I was doing traditional for a little bit. You can see the seasons will switch back and forth between traditional and sort of in the beginning of the book, and then I start switching completely over to digital because we'll sell some of those pages like conventions or something, and then I just switch over to the digital thing. So I just use my Wacom. But the whole question was, what was the whole question?
What was the real part again?
What was the whole beat of it? The meat.
Any recommendations for drawing tablets for someone looking to get into digital
Okay,
art?
don't get Huion. Do not get Huion. You might want to go.
Oh, ow.
Are you using Huion?
Yeah, that's what I'm using right now. You're like,
Oh
don't
man,
I think
because
that's what me and you did too.
I was using the Huion and I was trying to just like save money. It's just the color on it, and then also it kept messing up. Like it messing up. Okay, specifically, like the buttons, it kept. I would press a button. If you press two at a time, like if you do something accidentally or something, it would. What's the word? It would just shut off. You would have to exit out. You'd have to turn it off and on, like that kind of thing. And so things like that would happen, like little problems with the Huions. So I used the Huion stuff before I went to Wacom, and I just went to Wacom, and everything's been like just perfectly fine. But if you have another opinion about Huion,
Well, I mean, I would say I agree with you the color, but it's actually not the tablet. That's not the problem. The problem is that the Huion people have never been able to they never put out a driver that was really compatible with if you have an NVIDIA graphics card. So graphics card that's not calibrating correctly. And if you go in and bring up like the color correction in the NVIDIA settings, and you go to your monitor and you just like play with like the hue tab or the value tab or the saturation tab. If you play with those and you'll just see like all of a sudden the monitor will just pop in contrast and in color. And it's a weird thing with the drivers, and because when I got it, I was like, oh man, this looks terrible, you know?
Yeah, that's how it was.
And found out that it was a driver issue, and it was really easy to fix, you know? So,
You've never had any problems with, like, let's say using the hotkeys, using the buttons on it?
Oh, I don't use the buttons on it though. I've never been that kind of person.
Okay.
I use a keyboard.
Okay, so as long as you don't use the buttons, because that's what was happening with me. I was trying to use hotkeys, and I was trying to flip that back and forth instead of just kind of going down to the keyboard and everything.
Mm-hmm.
If you wanted to, I think it just glitches out doing that. I think the color stuff was a problem, and then but if you're saying that those kind of things, then yeah, I'd say try out if you want to try out the try it out.
Yeah, for the price, especially.
The price is amazing. It's like. And it's got the same pressure, kind of pen pressure kind of stuff. Like you see all the details. You'll see all the details there on Amazon or something like that, or wherever you want to buy it. And you'll see the price. Looks pretty sweet. Try it out. If you like it, okay. I just went straight to the Wacom.
Worst salesman ever.
I know, right?
If you like, I don't know.
Yeah, right.
But
Just try it out.
It's fine.
I'm always saying it's like try it out for like whatever, how many weeks, just draw and then see if you like it. If you don't, just save up the money, get the Wacom.
Yeah.
And the other thing is I would actually, I haven't personally tried an XP pen, but that's definitely going to be the next one I try. Is going to be an XP pen, because I'm adamantly against Wacom and how they do things, because they're pricing things so high, and not because they need to, but just because they want your money. And it's and it's great that other companies are now taking that on. But I started with a Yanova, which is like this little company, this Japanese company that no one ever heard of before. And I was like, oh, wow, pressure sensitivity. And I was doing Yanova. And mostly what they did actually is they produced touchscreen tablet stuff for medical stuff. And then they had a very, very tiny line of drawing ones. So that's where I started with, as far as, jumping from an Intuos 4 to a tablet. Drawing surface or monitor tablet, I guess you could say. And as much as I Cintiq technically is still the top end, of Pro and everything. The amount of people that I know that have Cintiqs that are like regret paying that much for a Cintiq.
Yeah, I regretted paying as much as I did for mine. But now I'm over it because enough time has passed.
I know. I waited till Black Friday. and I
Right.
got it for a really good price. So, yeah, I'm not so
That's a good idea then.
angry. But
Well, there's a huge amount of competition also for, as well as like, if you just want to, if you want to get like an iPad with Procreate,
oh yeah,
the stuff that you can make on that thing, how powerful that thing is compared to like a Wacom tablet, it's almost on par. Almost.
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm impressed with how
Yeah, Procreate has been like there's some just little things because I've been using it for months for work, and just little things like where you can select everything. Like okay, you can select multiple layers, and then let's say you select a specific spot, and you can like liquefy. You could erase all of those together. It's like little things like that were like I noticed that were different from maybe I could do it in Photoshop but I haven't been able to figure that out. But Procreate was pretty easy, like pretty good to use when you select multiple things. It was pretty nice.
Mm-hmm.
But also the recommendations for I would say just another thing was like learn how to draw traditionally and be badass at that.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Because again, it's like when all the power shuts off, like if the grid goes down, right? Going into crazy talk now again. But if you have that in your arsenal, so learn how to ink, learn how to draw traditionally, because again, it's like that's some of the best stuff that you can do. Also, but the work is quicker with the tablet, but drawing traditionally, you got to get that down too. Got to have that. But yeah.
All right. Next question. Do you use a color calibrator on your screen or your guests? Do you guys use it? I don't. I kind of get the Cintiq to be as close to the color as the iMac as possible. And then that's kind of where I stick with it, with the color calibration. It's more the Cintiq than the iMac though. The iMacs seem to be kind of pretty good out of the box. You guys more than welcome to jump in with your recommendations.
I don't do any color calibration as far as that stuff. It's mostly like if I it looks the same on my phone as it does on my tablet, so I'm like, okay, so it's standard, and so people are seeing this is what they see, and I'm like, I'm okay with that. So I've never and also, I think color calibration is one of those things where it used to be a big issue, especially with that boom of monitors coming out, like early high definition monitors. But it's become less of a thing that you've had to worry about because they've gotten better at it.
Yeah.
So.
And if you're going to print, you're proofing your books. Oops, Anthony got kicked off somehow.
Oh.
You try to
you're proofing your books, and so you make sure the colors are accurate before you go to print. So just match it to what you're seeing on your monitor, and you're good to go.
Mm-hmm.
So at least, unless you're doing print on demand, then it's a little harder to do that kind of nitpicky color correction. Let's see. Richard Smith says, Jason, have you heard about COPA? The change is the result of YouTube's $700 million settlement with the FTC in New York. No, I can't say I know anything about that.
Yeah, I've never heard of that either. No, I'm intrigued.
Yeah, that seems like something.
Attorney General for alleged violations of the U.S. Children's Online Privacy Protection.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's why there's all those weird little messages now.
Yeah. Is this for kids? I say nothing I do is for kids, even though I want it to be where anyone can view it. But I know it just causes a lot of
Well, if you say family friendly, then it's, you're fine because that means all ages.
Yeah.
And that's all I've been for as long as I've been on. I won't do anything that's not family friendly. I don't want to, it's just because my mom will show up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Somewhere on the stream and she'll show up and I'll be super embarrassed.
Yeah.
That's my guideline. Will my mom be embarrassed of me?
Yeah. When I make my books, I'm like, I want my kids to be able to read it and my grandma. So that's, and that I enjoy it too, you know, like something I would want to see that my kids can see and my grandma would be okay with. But then again, some of the things I'm doing right now, my grandma are not. It would not be okay.
That's probably just a cultural thing, you know.
Yeah.
Some of that.
I can't test it anymore because he passed away a long time ago. But I keep that in mind, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So my screen crashed again when I tried to screen share. So I have to
That's a
draw.
specific affliction right there.
It says with something with Google Chrome or something that that's what's causing it to crash. I think that I don't know. It came up with this message about crashing, and it said something about Google Chrome, and then I'm like, okay, and then I go back to it, and then it's like, and then it just shuts me off. So I'm like, all right, it warned me, and then
I'll put you full screen for a little bit, Anthony.
all right,
I can't really share your screen with us all on it
right.
with that one camera, but all good.
Baby. That was quite a
Hey
song.
man,
Oh no, we gotta
just a little bit.
say welcome to Nick. Welcome, buddy.
Nick Welch, what the what? I
What
feel
the
like I have no room left to be on here because of Nick's massive personality.
Too much,
Massive personality.
too much
What's up, Nick?
power going on right now.
What's going on, Anthony?
What's up, dude? Finally talked to you after all these years.
Yeah. And I don't think I've been on a couple of streams, and then I don't ever get myself introduced to other people too. Like Zach, I don't think we ever do. We? I don't know.
You were on yesterday for like a split second, and then I don't know if you got kicked or whatever. But
My internet crashed. Yeah.
yeah, no, it was like oh hi Nick, and then you were gone.
Hey,
Like,
Yep.
I mean,
Doug showed up, and I was like, I'm out of here.
Doug was on stream.
oh no.
I was actually going to pick on him and say, you know, as soon as he showed up, I suddenly had my name added to 46,000 block lists on Twitter, but then I crashed and I didn't get a chance.
and you're on the Terror Watch list.
Yeah. Guilty by association.
I think that's why your video got banned, Jason.
Hmm.
You're
Oh, no.
associated with
Have
a
anything to do with that one.
known extremist.
Wait, which one? Who was in it, Jason?
It's just one of my patrons. It sounded like he was from India or something, and he was just real soft spoken. And he no video, you know, just talking along as I was drawing. And it was only like an hour long. We were just drawing about making comics, talking about making comics, and then YouTube says it's a violation of their terms of service. And then I appealed it, and then they sent me an email back saying, "Sorry, we've reviewed it again, and it's obviously a violation."
They totally did not review it again.
Yeah. So
They even sent out a message to that effect at one point where they said, listen, we don't have as many people on site anymore, so stuff is just not going to get reviewed by people.
yeah.
And that just means the algorithm's just going to screw you over every chance it gets.
Well, then people there's a lot of trolls out there that are right now just finding the people that they don't like and flagging them for
Oh. Little tattletales.
for nothing though. And since there's no one to be like, is that a true flagging or is that false? The algorithm just goes, okay, well, better safe than sorry.
Yep.
Oh,
I've
interesting.
been on like 3 or 4 streams that just get pulled for no reason at all.
Huh.
Kind of sounds like the face mask.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Better safe than sorry.
Oh,
That's like the rationale. That's the law now. Better safe than sorry. Make you
depends
work.
on where you're at.
Yeah, I guess.
I don't think it's law by us.
Yeah, and Burbank, it's all just recommended.
Yeah.
I'm scared to talk about this because I want Jason's stream to get pulled.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
you know,
exactly.
if I was quiet.
You're gonna get like
I
a
have-
COVID fact check in the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have very strong opinions, but I'm not airing any of them because
Right.
no one publicly needs to know.
Them's the rules.
And it doesn't matter
Right.
what my opinion is.
Right.
You can tell. You can kind of tell. I've been working ever since this thing started.
How do I mute myself in case the room gets loud?
In
Um,
StreamYards,
oh.
if you go into StreamYards, the
Yeah.
actual window on the bottom, there should be a mute. You figured it out.
He got it. What you working on, Nick? More client work?
I am back at the this animal lunchbox thing. I'm gonna do a different variation.
I see. Bling. Now the world can enjoy it as well.
Yeah, I gotta switch the flamingo out for a penguin and the lion for a Arctic wolf or something. I don't know. I can figure it out.
They didn't tell you what animals they wanted up front?
They did. I gotta find my paperwork.
Oh.
No, looks good. The sloth is total mood right there. That is my life. Just chilling, kind of happy. Just kind of
Yeah,
hanging on for dear life too.
For my day job, I do like a million different things in a million different styles. I was saying when I was working on this the other day that I originally did the original version like 3 months ago, and now they're like, finally it's come back around, and they're like, oh, change the animals, and I'm like, I have no idea what brushes I used
Yeah.
to paint this. Like, I'll just make it up again.
That's the good thing about being an artist. You can just, you can just make it up again.
I think artists are the best at faking it until they make it.
Yeah.
Because literally, there's no other way to succeed.
Yeah.
Anybody that's like asked you, like, "Oh, can you animate?" I've never animated before, but yes, I will. And
Exactly. It's like that's some of the during the interview. It's like, yeah, I could do that. Yeah.
You're already Googling it on your phone.
yeah, how to animate?
How to use Photoshop? It's like I've been using like Photoshop since I don't even know. It's like early 2000, and like there's still things that I don't even know what to do.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, totally. I only know the things I need to know in Photoshop. Where's the brush?
Where's the lasso?
Lasso and brush.
I
Reverse.
used to have like a complex about it. I'm like, oh, I got to learn more about Photoshop. And then eventually I was like, I don't really care.
It's like I'm not going to use any of these things.
Well, when a software updates every 6 months and they change everything, it just makes
That's
you.
what I'm telling you, Jason.
You
See
just
what I'm
don't want to. You don't want to keep up anymore.
I keep telling you, Jason.
What?
They're just there to stress
Oh
you out.
yeah, your conspiracy theory. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's all to make
It's a conspiracy query.
up on life.
What's the conspiracy theory?
They're just.
Do you want to go into it again?
Well, I'm just like I'll try to like just summarize it. It's just they're there to just stress you out, like how it's just the system is set up just to stress you out.
It might as well be.
You
Right?
just give up, basically. If you want me to elaborate,
I sort of agree with that, but I don't think it's intentional. I think a lot of things are fit that mold, but it's mostly because, people are spending most of their time on Twitter and Facebook and they're not paying attention to their day job. And
well, yeah, it's not.
everything's
like,
a mess.
yeah, it's like it's not intentional. It's sort of like they don't realize what they're doing. They just want to kind of keep their job. So
Yeah.
somebody at Photoshop has to continually come up with stupid updates that don't make any sense. Then why are you changing this basic easy thing? Well, it's like I gotta, every meeting I gotta come up with an idea.
Yeah.
And so they just come up with these ideas, and then someone has to come up with an idea how to go back to use Legacy Transform or whatever it was called, like, the transform stuff that they changed for some reason. Anyways, so that's what I mean. Yeah, it's like it's not like, oh, they're consciously doing it. You know what I mean? Like it's like, no, they're just doing their job. They think they're going and they're doing a good job, and they got to come up with an idea, but they don't realize that it's like they're part of this. Well, my whole that's what I'm saying, like the conspiracy, I guess. but I find it a conspiracy query, just asking more questions about it. Just like, hey, isn't this interesting that that everybody just seems to be making things that stress you out constantly, and they don't realize it's like, anyways.
It's almost like that Coca-Cola conspiracy theory. You know, when they made, or was it Pepsi? No, it was Coca-Cola where they were like the new Coca-Cola, and everybody hated it.
Oh yeah, it was awful.
We introduced classic. All of a sudden, the sales were like all high. You know, it's kind of that thing. Like they make it worse so they can then fix it, and then their sales go up.
Yeah, but they didn't go up enough to make to actually. That's a famous marketing. I've spent like the last dozen years in marketing, and that's a famous example of what people think was like a intentional thing, but if you look at the numbers, they really made a huge mistake. Huge. It was. Yeah, it's actually pretty legendary. Those of us who study that kind of thing.
It's the problem of brand extension with these big companies. They go, oh well, we have a, like if Mac was like, well, let's make if Apple computers started making hamburgers, then,
Porsche makes a, what do you call it, SUV?
or anything, or a car. I don't know. Maybe Apple could do that. They've done it with their iPhones and everything, but so a new extension of the product name that everyone knows and loves, but people don't like that.
Right.
You got to focus on the one that everyone knows and loves. So that's why a lot of companies, when they launch a new thing, like say Coke launches Red Bull, they don't call it Coca-Cola's Red Bull, they just call it Red Bull, because otherwise it's brand extension and it kills the product.
Mm-hmm. That's a good example. Actually,
that's all I know.
I get a kick out of conspiracy theories. I just, my dad is big tells me about them all the time. But I don't know. My thing is I don't know how you can get that many people to cooperate on something. But it's so deep and it's so big. But I've tried to run a committee of 12 people in the past. It's impossible to get anything done, much less 10,000 people or some of the massive scales of these things. I feel like that's my primary anecdotal evidence as to why it can't possibly be a conspiracy theory, because you can't get anybody to do anything in a large group, at least not talk about it.
Well, yeah,
I agree.
Yeah.
You can't shut up that many people. Like you can't fake the moon landing because you can't keep that many people quiet.
That's one of my favorites.
Well, it's like a lot of it is like it's not required for a lot of people to be in on it. Like it's like people can be a part of Hollywood and not know what the agendas that are going on. It's like that. It's like you can be a part of Hollywood and have no idea of these agendas. You're just thinking in your head, well, I'm good. I like to high five people till it hurts, and then drink beers with my buddies. And then you don't see what's really going on. Like you'll be making movies, TV shows, and you're just like, you're thinking I'm a good person. I mean, like why, I'm not in on anything. It's like, there's nothing crazy going on here. There's not anything's going on. But then you eventually do see like an unfolding, and then you go, wait a minute, I don't want to play anymore. Right. It's not till like years later. It's just like, it's like there's a cop that enforces the control mechanism because he's good. And that's why when people say, well, you need a lot of people to be on it, but no, you don't. You just need people to not be on it to sell it. Right. So it's like there's good cops. They help sell the lie because they're good. That's why you see like they're doing like 95% of what they're doing. That's what you would expect from any good person, from any good man or something like that. So because of that, they can just shoot that back up the pyramid and say, oh, we consent. We're good people. We're doing good stuff. And then it's like later on, then you realize that all these things that you were doing or these laws that you were enforcing, you're like arresting like a mom who's at the park, for playing with her kids because, don't get together with large groups or something. Right. But the cop who arrested her, it's like, well, he's just enforcing the law. It's like he's doing a good job, So it's like it's good people. You don't need to be in on it to sell it. You're just going there doing your job, because you're just taking your family. You're a
But
good person.
somebody's got to be in on it.
Well, yes,
That's the
somebody eventually, but it's like in my work, it's like there's 3 people at the top. They go and they concoct all these ideas, and then they sort of disseminate down. It's like all these other things, and then the people just, I mean, involved in like the news or involved in all this stuff. It's like the people that I'm involved with are like everybody's just doing their job. Like no one's really looking into it. They're just doing their whole thing. They need a paycheck, and that's it. They're not like in on something. So it's like you don't need a lot of people to be in on it. I'm not saying that any of these conspiracies like the moon landing, I'm not trying to say all these things, and it's but there's only a few people that went to the moon, or there's only a few people that are up there, in the higher echelons, and it's like it's like you only have a few people. So my whole thing is that I've learned more and more, it's like you don't need a lot of people to be in on something, because people lie to themselves all the time. Like they just believe what they want to believe. Like you'll tell them full flat, like let's say like whatever, like let's say like the science, the medical industry is harvesting baby fetuses, and you know what I mean? Like what are they selling that for? And you'll have all this stuff, but people don't like, oh, that was just a couple of people they'll make up something in their head to rationalize that away, that it's not like they're not selling that on a mass scale to like different companies. Like, what is it? Sonomics was one of them, was like, there's a conspiracy theory behind that they use like baby fetal cells to like up the taste of certain candies or certain of the soda or something like that, to use using those kinds of things. So anyways, just saying whether or not it's true or not, it's like people will go, that's just, they can't see, because that's just like, it's too evil to think about. It's just it's too crazy to think about that of whether or not it's true. Anyways, I just went on for a little rant there, but if anybody's got any thoughts.
I think the basic assumption. I don't know if you've read "Talking to Strangers" by Malcolm Gladwell.
I've heard of that.
It's a fantastic book that explores the idea that that conversations are rarely understood by either side to begin with. And then the third party goes in and injects itself in there, and things really get messy. But one of the okay, I was going to bring this into law enforcement, but that's not where I wanted to go with that. That's not where I wanted to go with that. You know what? I'm going to let it simmer for a sec, because I feel like it could get controversial, and I don't ever want to do that. I don't ever want to be that guy. I just like to have conversations, but I realize we're all kind of still new to each other. So I'll just let it simmer for a bit, because we're just drawing. Or painting, as the case may be.
Well, in other news, I just backed Zach's graphic novel a few minutes ago.
Nice.
You.
And so, like about that too, I was going to say earlier, it's like you support what you like. If like during these sort of hard times that are befalling us right now, right? Like community, like creating these little communities that support one another. Those are sort of the answer. Because I remember there was a question that, that was posed to, like, I guess everybody that was here, like I don't know, I think it was like last week, about how the coronavirus is affecting this, or do you think it's going to affect sales, or do you think it's going to affect this community? It can't, if we're all sort of together on this, if we're all sort of like supporting one another, creating a community that can really take care of these things,
Mm-hmm.
So I think that like other people, if you're not connected to us, form your own groups, and get together and draw and support one another's work and stuff. And even if you live near each other, get together,
Right.
Form gangs,
roving gangs of artists. It'd be like West Side Story, except a little bit more fabulous.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to do, actually. It's hard to do. It's already pretty fabulous.
Any more fabulous than West Side Story.
But yeah, supporting each other. I think this is a big time. I was talking to my wife, who's in nurse and mental health, and we were talking about how anymore people don't just randomly and flippantly inquire about you anymore. They literally say, "How are you doing right now?" Or "How are you doing?" It's not, "Hi, hey, how you doing?" It's how are you doing? Are you staying safe? Are you all right with all this crap that's going on? Whether you agree with it or not,
Yeah.
are you okay? And I think like that part of what's happening right now.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I've gotten a lot of texts from just old friends like, hey, how's it going?
Mhm.
Doing?
Yeah,
And it's kind of nice.
it's one positive thing.
It is one positive. All right, Anthony, start performing. I'm going to put you on screen.
Don't screw around. Don't mess around.
Yeah, no
So
mistakes.
this is my
Come on, Anthony, pull
draw.
it together, man.
This is my drawing, and I draw. Oh, it's like- So right now I'm creating a fill, and because I'm going to do a background.
It's like Bob Ross, but way more halted.
And,
Stilted.
hi, Bob Ross is funny.
Hello, Bob Ross.
Let's
I have
see.
a phone call of Bob Ross back here somewhere. Yeah, right there.
Hey, Bob Ross.
That'd be a pretty awesome stream if every one of us pretended like we were just scared to death about what we're hearing.
Like it's your first stream again.
You're back in art school and you don't know.
Yeah, this isn't that good, but
Shut
don't look at this
up.
part, guys. Don't look at this part.
Why is this? Why is that good, Anthony? Why did you do that? Oh well, the abstract of the body of the form.
Repetitive motif.
Yeah. It's
I was inspired by the flowers.
I feel like I'm capturing the essence.
Essence.
Essence. Wait, can you say that word again? Essence. There's no H in essence. Are you trying to say essence?
The H is silent, okay?
It's a French word. The French. You know how you like the French? Just give me an A, please.
Just give me an A. Monet was French, all right? Just give me an A. No.
I'm in this really awkward position because I got to put my camera. So I'm gonna draw in this angle for a little while longer.
Consider using Firefox and giving it a shot and see if you can share your screen.
That is a good point. Let me do that. Actually,
Then it might be fun because then you don't have to take an awkward stance just to scribble.
It's too close. I'll do that. Let me open this up here.
Here we go. Everybody just hold your breath. Really.
Still on my screen. I can't see. Off Jason, please, if it's on my screen.
It's on your screen. What?
No, I was just wondering if it was on my screen. But I'm on the screen.
I think it's still on Zach's. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Do you want? What are we trying to do, Anthony?
So I'm gonna exit out of the Streamlabs right here on Google Chrome, and I'm gonna relaunch it on Firefox, and then we'll see if I can just So I'm gonna log out later.
Good luck. You say he was on Streamlabs? That's not.
No, I think you just misspoke.
Oh, okay. I'm like, I think that's. No. Mm-hmm.
Wait, so what are you working on, Bob?
Oh, I'm right now trying to sort out some bodies in perspective because this comic page is killing me. It's my comic, so I can fiddle with it as much as I want. And so I'm not like really stressed about like deadline or anything. But I've got some serious, like, you know how when you draw a body in a pretty radical perspective, it can be challenging. But then these are children in radical perspective, and I'm just not into drawing kids that much. So, oh man, that was particularly challenging in my earlobes, whatever that was. So yeah, I don't know. I like this kind of challenge. It's probably not super interesting to watch, so I'm kind of glad I'm not up there, because there's a bunch of design issues with this page too that I'm like, oh.
Oh, there we go. It worked. Sorry, I didn't mean to stop you.
To show people that you're human, Bob.
No, I wanted to put your screen on camera.
No, we're giving.
There we go.
Yeah.
All right. Woo. There you go. There's the first panel there.
That's beautiful.
And then I used this little sandy brush thing that made the sand look a little extra real.
Yeah.
And going to all the details of the ocean, and yeah.
Give some nice texture. And that kind of vivid color.
And you gotta paint a little tree, a little happy cloud.
Little, happy accidents.
Yeah, I was going into super detail on the clouds, and like some of them I'm still. I'll go back to it. I was taking too long on it, so I wanted to go to the other panels. Anyways.
No, it looks nice.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, whose mouse is that? Or that's really powerful.
Yeah, somebody's got a really tough click.
Oh, is that me?
I don't know.
You should know.
Brought me back to the Commodore 64 days.
Oh my.
So I see Austin Tinsley asked a question. I've been looking at the tablets you all mentioned earlier. I'm curious to know if you guys prefer pen tablets or pen displays, and why do you prefer one or the other?
Oh my. I can't do the pen tablet thing. There's just too much of a disconnect between what my hand's doing here and like what I'm seeing up here. I've seen some people who really recommend it. One of the biggest pros to it is your hand never gets in the way of what you're seeing while you're drawing. And that I can see is super valid because, man, everybody. I never know what it's like to look at the whole piece of art while I'm working anyways. Unless I hold my pencil like this and just kind of.
But there's also you do it differently because when you it's kind of like looking at a piece of paper where you can your zoom is kind of with your head as well. When you're doing it, when you do it the other way with a tablet that's sitting on your lap, especially, I find that it's actually way more comfortable doing it that way. And I often, if I'm getting tired of using this tablet, getting all if my eyes start hurting and I need to back off, then I'll switch to the other one just because I can use like my shoulder and stuff too to paint instead of just my wrist.
That's pretty great.
So I think it'd be smart to learn how to do both because they both are very useful. But it is as you said, there's that huge disconnect of trying to, your hands moving down here while you're looking up there, trying to figure out where things are.
To me, that's a bit much. I have enough challenges. I mean, I don't need to be injecting more challenges into my creative process.
Yeah. Agreed.
So I have the heck is it called? I have a Wacom Pro whatever. Not a display, but just the tablet for my day job that I use, and I actually use that to illustrate these other animals here.
You're using that for this right now?
No, right now I am using my my pen tablet display, which is a super cheap Gaoman PD 1560.
Never heard of it.
But yeah, so I used both. I mean, I don't know. It takes getting used to doing just the pen tablet, but I initially had like a $40 tablet. It was like a Turcom or something, and that's how I got started. And I mean, at that level, it's worth it getting kind of getting into it and seeing if it works for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't know. The Wacom is like $300, and this display tablet I'm using is like $499. And I don't know.
Yeah, the
I don't
price
think
points are almost getting competitive enough where you could just choose, like if you're gonna, to your comfort level.
I mean, there's some really nice things about the Wacom that I was like, okay, I see why people swear by the things. As far as like the sensitivity and how well the brushes work and stuff. But at the same time, it's like it's got Bluetooth, and I've had two different laptops through work, and the Bluetooth hasn't worked properly on either laptop
Oh.
ever. So it's a lot of money to spend on a device that really doesn't necessarily work. So
No. Yeah.
I don't know.
Bluetooth, huh?
Yep.
Just seems a little. Yeah, that does seem problematic. Especially in an office scenario where the environment is just saturated with Bluetooth signal already. At home, I don't think it would be a big problem.
Well, where I work, there's not anything interfering with the signal. I work in like an office by myself in the corner. There's like a supply closet on one wall, and the other wall is an exterior wall, and the other wall is the men's room. So nothing interfering with the signal. I wish there was something interfering with the signal from the men's room. Let me tell you, those walls are thin.
Take it elsewhere.
Have you all seen that video of the mayor? I forgot if it was Florida or somebody, and they didn't take off or turn off their mic,
Oh, they ripped one. Yeah.
and they went to the bathroom.
Oh my gosh. That's
It was glorious.
Oh, I thought you were talking about that. I think it was the candidate or something like that. I thought.
that was like, what they call that, Fartgate or something like that?
Yeah. That guy that just like ripped one online. Like, he didn't do it. Someone just edited that in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was talk about a conspiracy theory. They were like saying, well, it was the mug on the counter or on the desk or whatever.
What?
Yeah.
What's
Like,
wrong with him like, why can't it be just him farting?
yeah. I just want it to be. I really do. I want to believe. It's like X-Files. That's one of those conspiracy theories that I really want to believe. I want to believe. Woof.
Yeah. See, like people will make themselves believe what they want to believe. The truth would just be too painful. It's like when you get to a party, you pick up a cup and it's full of piss and you start drinking it. And it's like, are you going to keep drinking it? Or are you going to yell out loud, I just drank piss? Because if you do that, you're going to be known as the guy who drank the cup of piss for the rest of your life.
I will be your best friend if you warn me off of it. I'm just saying.
Yep.
Just tell me. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with. Yeah, just tell me. I want
See, the whole point of it is like you don't know that it had piss in it.
Well,
and so
what happened?
Will you continue drinking it and say that no, this isn't piss, or are you going to spit it out and say it's piss? But if you do that, you're going to be forever known as the guy who drank piss.
I will violently
A
spit.
cup of piss, and they'll call you. They'll call you. Oh, look, hey, it's a cup of piss. That's what they do.
Right there.
Hey, but see, and that's what's so funny is that it's going to be like a really funny story. Like you're going to be like, remember that time I drank that cup of piss?
Yeah.
But sometimes people are like, I didn't drink a cup of piss. I didn't do that.
So you mean people that are just in denial about things?
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying is that people. It's like it was earlier, just like about it's like you can about certain conspiracy theories or something like that. Like why you don't need a lot of people to be in on it because people just I didn't do that. What are you talking about?
Because you're saying they would be embarrassed to admit that they were
They drink a cup of
duped
piss.
by it or whatever. Duped by it. Because I don't think it's a perfect metaphor. I'm just trying to figure out a different something else. I don't know.
I think
I'm not
people would just
connecting.
be more comfortable believing that the world is good and round and things like the conspiracy theories don't happen. They would rather believe that than admit that change needs to happen. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah. Well, I think
Bubbles.
I just think it just comes down to I think it all just comes down to just pain, where it's just like if someone can't look at the truth, and it's not that it's personal, it's just that they can't look because it's like they don't want to admit that they were part. They could say that they don't want to admit they were a part of something. They don't want to admit it, that they were part of this whole thing or something like that. And it's like it's too crazy, it's too nuts, it's too evil, it's too whatever. But they don't realize that they can just admit it, walk away, be free, like that kind of thing. But anyways, I just think it's like I think it comes down to pain. Like it comes down to the pain that they can't look at the truth, they can't look at it, and so some people just like they can't believe in certain crazy things because probably they just were duped into believing crazy things themselves. It's like you just think of all sorts of things. Well, again, I don't want to get this stream brought down if I brought up anything about politics and stuff. I know, right?
Code words. Pizza
Pointed
Gate is
sticks.
actually something else.
No, I don't know what pointing sticks would be. Like, we've used code words of.
Just say Baldermont if it's something that you shouldn't talk about.
Aldermont.
I feel like that's a role-playing game or something.
I just remember I was like,
Isn't
not that this is
that the Harry Potter bad guy?
Voldemort.
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 Voldemort?
Voldemort sounds
You were
like
close,
a
though.
wine.
A lot better because it's like Vermont, but Voldemort.
Voldemort. How do you
Voldemort.
pronounce it?
Voldemort.
Voldemort?
Yeah, it's a V. Voldemort. It's actually French. It would be Voldemort, but whatever.
So use that. That will solve all of our problems.
You shall not be mentioned.
We can talk about everything. No one will know which controversy you're talking about, though.
There's this time, me and Voldemort.
No, it should absolutely be Voldemort from now on.
Yes. Yes.
I love it.
Voldemort.
Yes. Yeah. It's like it's the cup of piss is whatever it is, like whatever you just insert whatever it is, like I don't know. Again, it's like bringing up like Voldemort. I don't know how to do it without ever bringing up any other examples to help people understand. But I mean,
Like the moon landing. Let's just
Like,
say.
okay.
Let's just say that's the
right?
It's probably
Let's-
a terrible example, but let's just
Probably. So
No,
it's like you don't want to admit that you were the guy that was a part of the lie behind that, right?
Yeah.
Like you don't want to admit that that all this work you were doing, building rockets and building all these things that didn't go anywhere, right?
Yeah.
It's like you'll It's like every president keeps saying that we're going to go back to the moon, and we never do, right? It's like, oh, the coronavirus happens, and it's like, oh, they canceled. They were just so it was so close, and then they said, oh, because of the coronavirus, we have to postpone it for another 2 years now, right?
Yeah.
Just little things like that will just go. We'll sort of nudge you and nudge you a little bit. Just curious. It'll be interesting. It's just interesting. Not say it's true or not. Just say it's pretty interesting that every single president has said that. Okay, so then it's like, what about all those guys that are in the labs and all those guys building the rockets and all those guys doing the work and to make this happen, right? So it's like and then all those people that while the first moon landing happened, like they saw it. They saw it on their TV. They saw all these different things, and then every year we see the rockets go up. We keep seeing all these different things going on. It's just a crazy thing to believe that we went to the moon. We went to the moon, and so everybody bought it, right? Everybody bought that idea, and so it's very difficult to now just go back. Now that it's like everywhere, it's in movies and all these different things, and so it would just be. You would look like a nut. That's why everybody who believes that we didn't go to the moon looks like they're nuts and they're crazy, and it makes people angry. And it's so a part of the culture. It's such a big thing, a part of the culture, that it's like you'd be nuts to say we didn't go to the moon. You'd be ostracized. I'm sorry, my door's open. There's like a trash.
It's incredibly fortifying. I woke up just briefly there. No.
Is Anthony working from a bus?
That's a challenge. That's an art challenge right there. Can I do anything working from a bus?
There you go. He drove away. Moon talk.
Lies.
I think we should have our own drawn and quarterly or whatever it's called, where we all draw our version of Voldemort.
Voldemort. Yes.
Yes. Voldemort. Let's do it. What would he look like to us? And not knowing that he was originally trying to save Voldemort.
That's why I keep my mouth shut on screen.
Oh, stop. That's not true.
I'm not a part of. I don't know these things. Jason.
I don't know about the moon landing.
So it's just like there's a lot of shame and humiliation even that's built up behind that. So if you try to say anything against it, there's too much shame and humiliation. Like you'll be like
ostracized.
The shame will come from just like, oh, you believe this crazy thing. Dude, I have something else. They're working on the yards out there.
So anyways, I guess that cuts both ways, though, because if it were found the other direction, the person with the wild conspiracy has been proven to be false. I guess they wouldn't want to give up on it either, right?
Wait, what do you mean? Wait, say it again.
So, okay, say I believe that the moon landing did not happen, and I talk about it a lot, and then somehow there was incontrovertible proof that the moon landing did happen. I guess your principle of extreme shame would still apply to me, even though I was the one purveying the quote wild, conspiracy theory. You know what I mean? The same principle would. I would not want to get rid of it. I would not want to give up what I was thinking, what I believed so vociferously. I would just be too ashamed to say, nope, I was wrong.
Sounds like a flat earther.
Yeah,
right.
It's like that one's tough for me. That one's extremely tough. Like the other ones, I can allow for a grain of doubt or whatever, but that one seems particularly far.
My favorite video is that where that they set it up where it's like every 7 feet they have these two fences and they have holes through them, and then they space it every 7 feet, and they have a camera that looks through the holes. And because of the curvature, there should be like this slight difference if he holds it. If a guy at the end holds the light at a certain height, and at the one they calculated, they said if he holds it at his belly, we should see the light, and it'll prove that there's no curvature. And the guy's looking through the lens, and he can't see anything. And he's like, okay, well, go ahead and put it over your head where there would be a curve, and he puts it over, and then there's light. And then the guy's just sitting there going, well, that's interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that would be incontrovertible proof, but I bet you that guy didn't just
wait.
Drop
what did he do with the light? What did he do?
He moved it to
every 7 feet. Wait, how many?
It was I can't remember exactly what the distances were between, but he had it set up so there was him at a point, and
like miles away kind of thing, and he flashed a light, or
it was like I don't know exactly the distance, but let me hold on real quick. So he they put a line, and then he's over here with his camera, and then they put a fence and another fence, and then there's another guy over here with a lamp, a light, and then they put holes in this fence. And his theory was, like if he has like a camera that's stable, it should be able just to see through to this guy's lamp. But if there's a curve,
Right.
what'll end up happening is, since he'll be lower and he's looking through, this guy will actually have to lift the lamp up in order.
But how far was
It
he?
must
Like
have been
how,
a long distance.
right?
I don't remember exactly what the distance it was.
Because that calculation or whatever that thing is, it's like 0.8 inches per mile square or something like that.
Yeah, it wasn't like within like a few yards. It was pretty far, because they were using cameras, and they're magnifying stuff to get it to work. So he's like, sitting way over here. This guy's sitting way over here. They have these two things set up and whatnot, and it's on this plane. And then he sets it up, and he's looking through, and there's no light, and this guy's holding it at his belly where there should be flat.
Mm-hmm. So where?
Sure. And then he's like, okay, well, they're on their phones, and they're like, okay, well, put it above your head. And the guy puts it above his head, and then all of a sudden you can see the light. And then this guy over here, the Mr. Flat Earther over here, is just like, oh, that's interesting.
So wait, what? This is on YouTube?
Yeah, it's on YouTube.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I've seen other interesting, similar whatever ones where it was like 6 miles across a lake or something like that, or I don't know what it was, and what he's talking about here, whatever depending on where they were or how flat it was or something like that, because what was it? If it was a specific. If it was 6, 7, 8 miles away, like they used whatever, it's supposed to be you have a certain amount of feet that's going to be blocking you or something like that. So I've seen similar ones where were pretty interesting that the opposite happened. What you said was like the light was, they could see it. Now you can make the argument that it was like, let's say it was like a pro flat earth video or something like that. But I'd like to see the one that you were talking about to see if because what was interesting was that there's a few people, there's like a few big they're against the flat earth thing and they're debunking it, but that actually have anybody doing the experiment. And like I'm trying to find like these normal YouTube guys, not the big, not like Mythbusters or something. I remember Mythbusters did something on it, not like that, but like just normal people just grabbing their cameras and doing that kind of stuff. So I haven't seen them. I haven't seen a lot of the people who I see a lot of videos that they talk about it, but they don't have any like actual like video. So I'd like to see that one. Or I'm probably not looking that hard enough, because it's hard to find all these ones. Not a lot of people are doing it.
Yeah, I think that to test the curvature of the Earth, you're going to need some. The granularity is going to have to be a lot better than just lights and cameras and whatnot. You're going to have something a little bit more robust. And for Johnny Q Public, who has a YouTube channel, to actually acquire those kinds of items, probably weeds out. That's probably why they don't have. I mean,
probably.
I couldn't do it.
Yeah, I've seen some of these videos where they just have a lamp, they just have a camera, they'll just have a camera on two ends. And then they'll have like whatever let's say the elevation, they know the elevation, they know all that, whatever, they have it all figured out or something. And then it's supposed to be as flat as it's possibly be, like from one end of the lake to another or something like that. And I've seen that with the light, and they could see the light. And then there's supposed to be a curve, there's supposed to be that, and there's not. But that's just I was like, that's interesting. Yeah. And then they have like test on aperture and test on things where your vision, like why do things, because they say like a curve is supposed to be things sink down as you see in the distance, as you watch things in the distance, things supposed to sink down.
Yep.
And then they did tests where they showed like why that is, like on a flat plane, why would something going out in the distance go underneath the horizon line or look like it's going underneath the horizon line. And they've done tests like that. And then they, with an extra zoom cam or something like that, what you think disappeared, it actually, like keeping it level, it actually appeared at the end. And I thought that was pretty interesting too. But aperture and perspective and things that we understand about once we look into that. And I never did. I never looked into that. And I was like, oh, well, these guys are all talking about it. But again, you can make the argument, again, that you have to be either we believe in our experts, right? Or just, somebody picking up a camera, because it's like, who's going to believe me? I mean, I'm just a comic book artist, you know. But I just think these are just interesting little things that, like, either you see somebody just normally just picking up a camera and doing it themselves, but it's much more believable if you believe someone from NASA because they got, you know, they went to school and they got like a degree. They got a degree.
They have the better equipment. I mean, that's a huge hurdle for independent scientists. Is their instrumentation sucks? You know,
What you mean, like just a normal guy?
Yep. You know, you could probably get some funding from somebody to get something mediocre, but you're not going to be able to beat the power of academia, which sounds super conspiratorial. I get it. You know, like
they have like unlimited funding, right? And yeah,
they have unlimited funding, and you know, then you've got to ask yourself, and then you got to back off. And I want to know, what I sincerely want to know is why do we believe that they would try and fool us in this particular, you know, in a flat Earth sense? I want to know why they give a crap about whether or not I believe the Earth is flat or round. Because honestly, it doesn't matter to me when I'm out, you know, like mowing my lawn like your neighbor. Whether or not the Earth is round or flat does not bother me. Does not impact my life that I can know about, right, with my little limited granular understanding.
Right. It's like,
Well, I mean,
sorry,
you're talking about a major part of conspiracies that are never factored for. And I love conspiracies and stuff, but it's the one thing that I feel like is never ever addressed is motivation.
Yeah.
What's the motivation to lie?
Well, there's a lot. I think that there's a lot of people there's a lot of people in the truth community or something like that that go over these things and the conspiracy theory stuff. There's not a lot of, like, there's motivation there. I've listened to a lot of it, and there's a lot of explanation about why they do what they do. Some of it is like, off the mark, and you can say like, oh, maybe somebody's getting somewhere with this whole thing, and I do hear a lot of that. There's a lot of explanation about motivation about it, and it's like, and it's just like, why they do what they do. Why does, let's say, like, why would someone want you to believe a lie? Why would somebody want you to believe certain things, that the Earth is round or something like that, or if it was flat or something like that? Why would they popularize these kinds of things? It's like right off the bat. It's like right off the bat, like, we ask the question, like, does Hollywood, does the entertainment, does anything in the mainstream promote anything good? Right? Like, promote anything like the family, promote anything like there. You start from like the basic little things like that, where does it promote anything for the, the good of, of the family, good of man, good for women, good for kids, anything in media, any of the mainstream media, with academia. And I think on both sides, even on the political spectrum, you can find some sort of common ground that there is some sort of deceiving going on, right? Okay, so that's where they all, like, that's where anybody's sort of skepticism or questioning can sort of start, and basic things like that, And so now you go into grander things, like, why would they want you to watch this movie, or why would they want you to watch certain TV shows? Are they selling ideas to you? Are they selling certain behaviors and certain, that will get you to act a certain way and make you feel a certain way? Okay, so if it's like, if that answer is yes, okay, so then you just keep kind of going down. It's like, okay, so bigger government things, you know what I mean? Like, you keep just that's just like, and all I'm doing is like, this is like just with your own eyes, like, you can, with your own common sense, with your own thinking. Now, I don't have all the funding, right, of a school, of a university, or of a government, or something like that. I'm just me, right? It's just, I have my own voice and my own brain and all that kind of stuff. So you can just, from those deducing from that, like, then you can start going down to, on a bigger scale, like, okay, why would somebody believe this? Why would somebody want you to believe that this is round? Or why would somebody want to believe that that the food pyramid, right, was good for you, or that public education is good for your kids, or that, on and on and on and on? Like, why are they continuing to sell ideas that are just have been harmful?
So you're
You know?
you know, the assumption in that case would be the grandest example of correlation equaling causation, which is at a thought experiment level, like we're trying to make, a logical fallacy. So it's poor deduction skills to move that quickly between things. It is correlation does not equal causation, and so on the grandest level, that would be the perfect example of it. So I once again have an issue. I have a science background. I mean, worked in chemical engineering for years, and so at no point did I ever doubt my instruments, even though it wasn't. I worked for Johnson Wax. I believed in the science, regardless of what my mind would tell me. I would say I would walk up to a bench and see that there was ammonia in a jar. And I could say, there's ammonia in my house and it doesn't knock me flat. Therefore, I can take this lid off and smell this ammonia and I'd be fine. When in reality, you will be pretty instantly asphyxiated by these fumes. Correlation and causation being one and the same, I could originally make that jump between this ammonia and my ammonia, but the missing link was the amount of data I had. I didn't know that there was less water in one than the other. And so, that is a micro example of the problems. You don't have enough information. When you only use thought experiment, you can really be led astray and think that you're actually doing well by yourself. And if I had enough information, I can be swayed because I'm a science-based person. Even though I'm an artist, I really like science. And having been in science field, I'm imagining like my dad would be very, very quick to assume that I'm part of the problem because I was in R&D and I was on the front lines of making, polymer science happen. That somehow there'd be motivation for me to do otherwise, or my bosses, because they are part of a larger organization. They would have to con me and a bunch of other people publishing things and now making clues.
Like you don't think people are being conned into certain things? Like you don't think that they're being like misled into believing things that aren't true? Just by that statement I'm making, like you don't believe that that is possible, like on a grander scale, on a bigger scale?
Yeah, I don't think there's enough people to get that job done.
Right. And so, it's like this appeal to people's good nature and appeal to them being good and just, let's say like you don't think that people will try to exploit that. Like, you don't have to be a part of something in order to know that you were doing harm. Like you have to know that you're doing harm. All the things that people were pushing about, like let's say public schools were pushing the food pyramid, and that was awful for you. It's actually the upside down. It's like the opposite. And people were pushing that, thought they were doing something good. People make the argument for vaccines. I'm not saying I'm not anti-vaxxer like that. I'm just saying, and I don't want to get this stream cut off, but I just mean that like people can make an argument. They can say they question vaccines and what's inside them, and people think that they're doing good. Like, if you try to say that question vaccines, and I'm not saying I am or not, I just mean that if I even bring that up, people start looking at you funny and shaming and humiliating you. So you don't think that you think that a bunch of people still have to be on board in order to believe something? It's like you can't just be scared into something. You can't just be shamed and humiliated into something, like into a bunch of good people who think that they're doing good. Like it has to be everybody's a part of a big organization. They have to know that they're in on it. Like, yeah,
I do think it would take a lot of people. I do in both, and that's right. Neither here nor there because it's, I'm vaccinated. My kids are vaccinated. I can look at that and say, hey, anecdotally, I have a tiny little, actually, it's not even, that's empirically. I have a tiny little sampling of my family and myself. We're fine, and that's bad science too. So, arguing one way or the other, you can say my sample size is too small, and I can say that guy's anti-vax sample size is not scientific or whatever, but It doesn't matter.
Right.
It doesn't matter until it does, And that's the problem, unfortunately, with a lot of the conspiratorial things is I can't think of one major one that's been proven. ever. And that means that whoever is perpetrating them to begin with is that powerful, and no one is that great at 100% success rate. Boom.
Well, yeah, it's like yeah, a lot of I see what you're saying about that. It's like because a lot of even I think that there's a lot of conspiracy people who don't have any like they'll not have any answers or they'll not have a response to not so much the okay, it's the what now, like okay, so now that we know that this is happening and this has all been a lie and yada yada yada, what do we do now? So I think that what conspiracy theories, a lot of the people in the truth community, will happen is that they get caught down a trap where they keep going into the conspiracy even deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper until they don't really live a life, right? Or at all.
Sure.
And so they don't really have any answers of what to do. But there's people in the truth community who, they'll whether or not it's like JFK, or the moon landing, vaccinations or flat Earth, like there's in these major ones, like conspiracy theories that have been proven, what is it, where people were talking about, I remember bringing up just like Sonomics or something like that, and the harvesting of baby fetuses for the experimentation for taste receptors.
Welcome you guys to the drawing live stream.
Yeah, right, exactly.
For anyone,
Hey, we're all drawing, and it's
we're all
like
artists. We're just drawing.
Voldemort.
Voldemort.
I think that was our subtle hint to stop.
Sure, right, got it. I know it's like this is going to be.
Too many keywords here going on.
It's a cover up. Oh my god, it's a cover up. That's it. Jason's part of it.
Oh yeah, like fluoride in the water.
You can go on Doug's stream.
Oh, I know, right?
So is Aninik like pumping that fluid into Frank, and he's growing arms and fighting the squid? Is that what's going on?
Yeah. She's hitting him with electricity in it.
Oh yeah.
Isn't it making him
arms
punch faster? I thought that he was like, it was one of those things where, like in Street Fighter, where they kick and they show like a myriad different leg motions, and that's where I was going with it. But it's not done yet.
Yeah, not quite that. But look at the page before, it might help. And Anthony, I apologize. I don't mean to cut you off like that. You guys can keep talking about whatever you want. I'm fine. But it does make me think in the back of my mind that
right. Yeah, it's okay. It's all right. I could see where like we have a subtle disagreements about stuff, but I mean, it's all right. Don't worry.
Everyone has a disagreement with
right, and that's why
on something. So it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter.
I've just
This is
been
the
I'm going to have a lot of little children in my home.
Yeah.
So I'm going to have to jump off.
Oh, well, lucky you. All right.
I know. Right?
Okay.
You'll see me going. You'll see a bunch of children behind me and stuff.
That gets weird.
Thank you so much, Jason, for having me. It was so nice to meet you, Nick, and
Yeah, man.
Bob and Anthony. Thank you so much for everybody, the support of my book. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much.
Enjoy the myriad children in your house. Bye.
Keep doing it for the chilling, man.
Yeah.
All right, Zach. Have a good weekend.
Yeah, you guys have a good weekend. Bye.
You too.
see people in the chat. They're loving
They
the talk.
appreciate it. Yeah, look at that.
I can't even see it.
Conspiracy talk is fun. It's awesome to hear some amazing artists and their perspectives and philosophies.
Philosophies.
And then here's another one. Donald Trump is a buffoon. He really is.
Here we go. Here we go.
Thank you.
That's it. That's all we got.
Yes,
Amen.
thank you
We'll
for
figure it
that.
out. The truth is coming soon.
Right.
It's not
Right.
helpful. It's not
Yeah.
helpful.
Here we go.
I think you needed to sign.
Daydream is totally right, says Rodney Berry.
well, thank you.
That's
Just
good.
it's just about thinking. These are just interesting thoughts and interesting things. That's all.
Yeah.
Just a comic book artist. But Jesus just was a carpenter. No, I'm just kidding. No, it's like we had a bunch of fishermen, and one was a nationalist zealot. Anyways, but we believe them. No, I was no.
Not sure by that.
So Nick, this is the page before. So
Nice.
he's running away and
Sweet.
it's all getting chaos, and then she sees this power source, and so she grabs this giant power source.
Yeah, I saw that plug before. I was like, what's going on?
Yeah, and then she jabs it into his back. So that's what's happening.
That
Sweet.
poor guy. I mean, at least she chose his back. It could have been worse, but that's real.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, I see that now. The injection wasn't so much chemical as what I thought, but the previous panels helped me. That's
Yeah.
awesome. Yeah, that cracks me up. Is that your Wacom that surface that's making the noise?
Right. Me? Is that? You can hear that?
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I wasn't hearing it before. That's why I was wondering. I just didn't know if you changed nibs or
No, it's always the same old tool.
I ran out of the nibs that I really like, and I didn't realize I really liked them until I ran out of them. So now I have to figure out. I'm gonna have to buy an entire assortment of them just to figure out, and then I'm gonna try and figure out what to call that thing so I can order it meaningfully again. I have one right now that slides so fast, it's really irritating. I want to get something to rough up the screen a little bit, but without, ruining it.
Yeah, without actually scratching it. Yeah.
It's just a little tension. Whenever I do traditional stuff, I think, oh yes, there's that feedback. There's that gentle tug back on whatever I'm drawing with that really,
Yeah.
that feedback is enough to really kind of bring you back to, like, I don't know, the decades I spent doing that. Digital hasn't been that. I think the hardest tool artistically I ever used was for the same principle, very difficult, was airbrush. You don't ever really touch what you're painting. It's at a distance. Always, just by the very nature of it. So that was hard for me to grasp.
Yeah, I tried airbrush a little bit. I had one at one point, right before I moved to LA, and I thought it would be something I'd really need, to do all the gradients and stuff, but I never used it, except for like one painting on the side of a comic book store.
Oh,
That was
you actually,
that was way back, so.
yeah, you come from the 90s like I do, where we saw this massive, like, vindication that we were cool, right? So comics just, like, blossomed into this amazing thing. But then they also kind of, like, imploded at the same time.
Yeah.
I was sort of sad about that whole thing, not just because my comics weren't worth anything, because they overprinted everything, but it just kind of oversaturated and got weird.
Yeah.
I would love to see some kind of in-depth, analysis of what actually happened there. I've spent too many years in marketing and design to even get my arms around, has anything improved? Because I don't collect anything major, DC or Marvel or anything.
Has anything improved since the 90s boom?
Well, yeah, I mean, how has it improved? And or has it? Or,
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's more mainstream, but that's kind of movies, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not really comics that has improved, I guess, huh? It's just the movies and pop culture.
Yeah. That's why I guess I would like to see something on that now.
Yeah.
I'm jealous. Who is it? You, Anthony, that has your door open? Because, like, it's
Yeah.
not that nice. It ain't that nice.
Oh,
either.
is it too loud?
It's just every once in a while I hear a truck. I'm like, oh, I remember what it's like to have my window open.
Yeah, dude, this is like it's so much better working from home. Because at work I was like, oh no, I need to be around people. people, hi. And then it was like I go there and I draw and I don't talk to anyone.
Yeah.
And so I'm like here I'm with my wife and soon to be my kid will be here, and then stay at home and everything's gonna be good. And so then I'm gonna be back at work probably. But this was nice, just like being here and by the door, the sun hits me like in the morning, and yeah,
That's nice.
the open door is nice.
Oops.
Wait, Jason, do you have a window over there in your
Yeah, I have windows on both sides of me.
shining on your face?
Yeah.
He's
Like
lighting it.
Where'd my squid reference go?
like it, Jason.
Yeah, it does make my face look kind of blown out.
Ah, that's not bad.
I don't think about the lighting at all. Every time I try to light the situation, it seems to look worse. And so I'm like, forget it. I'll just have it open.
So, is anybody reading anything interesting right now?
Yes.
And you're not drawing? Please share.
I can't read.
I cannot read.
I read comics. I just look at the pictures.
I just got done with a book by ghostwritten for David Goggins. He's a super famous Navy SEAL / Army Ranger / ultra marathon runner. And just hearing that guy's, he's a special individual. He tries to be a motivational speaker and says some pretty awesome things. But at the end of the day, it takes a very special person, regardless of motivational speaking, to go through BUDS training 3 times and to be an Army Ranger and then to go run 1,000 or whatever ultra marathons. You can't teach people how to do that, no matter how positive you talk. So, but he does come up with a principle that I don't think is far off base. So, if you've pushed yourself to what you think is your limit, you probably have only arrived at 40% of your potential. Numbers not super provable, but if you think about it, that's why we have personal trainers and whatnot, because we can only push ourselves so far. It takes someone else to draw out the rest. That's the only reason I really liked that part of it.
Yeah, working at the gym, I've now realized that the personal trainer is very important. I was like, I can do this on my own, but they're, yeah.
Yeah, an art community holding each other accountable or whatever. What would you do without people that knew you were working on a comic? Probably not work on the comic as much.
Yeah.
In my day, whatever. It was just, I thought it was an interesting book because of his story, but also because of that, that principle. I wanted to read more about it.
Jason?
Anything I'm reading?
Yeah. You always say you're not reading anything.
I've been kind of on a hiatus for the last month. What did I read last month? I got a couple audiobooks that I powered through. Sorry. I switch back and forth, and then I just completely forget everything I looked at.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, This Present Darkness was the last thing I listened to.
Wow, I haven't thought of that book in forever.
Yeah, I was told that Frank Peretti liked my work, and I was like, what? Wait, who did he write? And then I was like, oh, he wrote that. I remember starting to read that when I was a kid, and it inspired the whole idea of the spiritual battle and stories. And so I was like, I better get that. So I wanted to hear it again. Extreme Ownership is another one that I just read. That's kind of similar to what you were talking about, Bob.
Really?
By Jocko Willink. He's kind of a business motivation speaker. ex or used to be Navy SEAL,
Ah,
and they have all these stories of different combat missions and then how it relates to business.
oh,
It's really
Okay.
interesting.
do
So
you think it was effective the way that they told that?
yeah, well, it kind of there is a couple things that I feel like helped clarify like some ideas in my mind. You know, like when I first started Coffee Table Comics, you know, try to bring in people and friends and stuff, and I there was a lot of stops, um, and I just felt like it's because I'm not a good leader. I'm good at sitting down and doing my stuff, but certain people kind of convinced me like you need to like help people build their strengths and all that stuff, and motivate people to like that are under your wings and stuff, you know. And it just seemed like so much work. But according to Jocko Willink, it's like, no, you cut the people that can't perform.
That would be a very Navy SEALs type of attitude.
Because they'll
Okay.
knock you down, and they will, you know, if someone can't cut it, like you have to be smart enough to get rid of them. And it was like a real strange, you know, it's like I can't just be a nice guy with the business that's my livelihood, you know, and just keep holding people's hands.
Mhm.
And so, and you know, I have some assistants like Adrian, my assistant. He's amazing. He's like an example of someone who I give him a little bit, and he just goes a long way with it, and he'll really learn. He really gets the job done.
That's
You
pretty
know?
great.
So it's not like I have to go, okay, well, that's good enough. Now let me take it from you and I'll redo everything you did. But you did good enough. I'll still pay you for finishing the page. But, you know, and that's kind of how I'd handle it before, you know. Not with him, but in the past with trying to hire artists and stuff.
Right.
And so anyway, it's just things like that book kind of maybe kind of confirmed. You know, it's kind of coming to that conclusion earlier that I just need to. I don't need to play pushover with the business necessarily. It's not my job to be a training ground for people as much.
No, not when it's going to affect, you know, how you take care of your family.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, I like to help people like that. Okay, so for instance, a lot of people would come and say, I want to be an intern from local community or the college and stuff. And I just like the prerequisite is like, are you motivated to like do stuff? Like, what have you done on your own? What's your personal projects? Have you done anything? Is it just school assignments? Are you just, you know, are you just going to come in and be a sponge that only ends up holding 10% of the water that you absorbed? No, I don't know. That's a bad analogy. Are you going to come in and just have me sit down and show you how to do things, and then I'll just have to show you how to do it again next week, and then I'll have to show you how to do it again the next week, you know? And that happens with a lot of people who want to be artists and want to do this stuff, you know? And it just gets draining, and it makes me not want to ever work with people, you know? But then there's people like Nick, where it's like, here, Nick, here's something, and he just does an awesome job of, you know, better than you could ever imagine. So
Nice.
thank you, Nick.
Thanks for bringing up the average, Nick.
Well,
Oh, that's the Nick you're
Jeez.
talking about? No. I'm just kidding.
So
He's here.
He's here.
10 years ago, I would have said the same thing that you just said about me.
yeah, I mean,
Wait, did something?
you know, and everyone's at a different place. So as far as like when people come and want to help, and most people, I just have to flat out say, I can't. It would be more work for me to have you as an assistant than for it would be than I would be able to get out of it, you know.
I actually think I found that to always be true, and it, you know, up to a certain extent. After a while, you got to cut somebody like that loose, like you say. But I think every intern I've ever had has been just a bigger pain than they were worth for a while. Then eventually, about the time that they need to go out and be awesome on their own, then they've hopefully caught up. And they usually had. I think the best interns I've ever had come from community colleges. Incidentally,
Yeah.
All the ones from university. I'm not down on university, but they were bad, bro.
It's like what it really comes down to is the self motivation. Like they gotta have something in them that makes them want to do this stuff. They can't just come and be expect to get everything out of it without having any sort of desire other than I like drawing. I like the idea of drawing or whatever. I don't know.
Right.
Well, they might be trying to just leech off you, Jason. I mean, you have a good amount of people that think highly of you, and some of them might just be trying to take advantage of you in that way.
Yeah. I can see that too, but
That is not the case for me. But
it was interesting. The first thing that kind of led me down that started making me think of like, okay, maybe it's not that I'm a bad leader or a bad boss and I'm not finding the strengths in every single person that comes through my door. Maybe that's not the problem. Maybe I just don't need to bring in everybody that comes in through my door. The thing that started setting me down that path is actually surprisingly the parable of the talent, where I never looked at it this way before. But so for anyone who isn't familiar, Jesus told this parable about the parable of the talents, where this guy went away on a trip and he gave one guy 10 talents and he says, invest this money, do stuff with this money, and I'll come back from my journey and we'll see what happens. And then he gives another guy 5 and he gives another guy 2 or 1. Was it 1 or 2? And then he takes off for a long time. And the first guy set to work and he invested the money. He started businesses or whatever he did. And he made 10 more talents. And then the next guy who had 5 made 5 because he did stuff. And then the last guy who had 1, he's like, "Ooh, I know he's a difficult employer or whatever, and I'm afraid I'm going to lose his money, so I'm going to just dig a hole and bury it, and then when he comes back, I'll give it back to him." And so the owner, the guy who had the money, comes back, and he's like, "Wow, you did great with the 10 talents to that guy," and he says, "Okay, I'll give you a lot more responsibility. Good job." And then the guy with 5 talents came back, and talents is like money, He had made 10 more or 5 more who had been given 5, and he's like, "Great job, you did well with this money. You invested it and you started businesses or whatever he did. I'll give you a lot more responsibility now." And then the guy with 1 talent said, "Here's your 1 talent. I buried it and hid it because I knew you were a hard man, like getting money from work, from other people's work and all that stuff." And he said, it's pretty harsh, but he's like, "You evil, wicked, lazy servant." And he's like, take his money, take the 1 talent away from him and give it to the one who has 10, and cast him out. And I always thought, wow, that's really harsh. But as a business, thinking it from a business owner and an employer, it makes sense. Like, take the job from the person who's not willing to try anything or invest or do anything, and he's just scared and he just doesn't do anything, and give it to the person who can do really good work, and give them more responsibilities. And so that kind of set me on in this direction of like of thinking of it from the owner of the money's perspective versus the worker's perspective. I don't know if that means anything to anyone else, but it really did kind of change my whole perspective on it. And then the whole Jocko book, Extreme Ownership, kind of just said the same thing, but in a different way.
Right.
Yeah,
I don't think I disagree with that interpretation of that parable. It's difficult sometimes with parables, but that one seems pretty solid.
Yeah, I mean, and it's not like it's the meaning, you know? Like that's what's interesting about parables is you can any place you are in your life, you can look at a parable and almost pull a different meaning that applies to you from it, you know? So I don't want to say that is the interpretation, but man, it really rings true for me. And at that moment, it really spoke to me in that way, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, yeah, the parable or the talent is, and it really, and one talent is an immense amount of wealth and hence an immense amount of resources. And and the guy did nothing with it.
Yeah.
And that's at first anybody that hears it's like, oh, you're kind of harsh on that guy.
Yeah. So, yeah. Because it goes into more depth. It's like, throw him out.
Yeah. Like he literally, he's guilty of doing nothing.
Yeah. And I've always looked at it like, okay, well, this could really apply to my talents, like me drawing. If I'm going to squander my talents, even though it's not used in that way in the scriptures, if I sit on it and don't do anything with, say, my art or music or whatever God's given me, then I think it will be taken away, you know? So to me, there's a necessity to use the gifts that I've been given. You know? Or the desire to do these things. Because we've talked about talent before and how.
Well, the old cliche, use it or lose it, is true.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, there's there's a verse where it's talking about it says it was therefore it says, my dear friends, as you have always obeyed, not only in my presence but now much more in my absence, continue to work out your salvation with fear and trembling. So it's like, yeah, you did a great job in front of me. Now on your own, how are you? Like you have to be even better in your absence. And I just think it's all a part of that training yourself up. There's a lot of verses that talk about training yourself. That you can get a lot out of the quiet time, not the quiet times, the D times, or the sermons and all that kind of stuff. But on your own, what are you doing to train yourself up? And I think it's like a lot of people are not doing the train. They need to it's almost like vampiric sometimes, like. Like they feed off your energy, and they're thinking they need to. They're not going to create a wave themselves. They need to ride a wave. I don't know, just things like that. What you were saying. But yeah, that's what I was like early on in my whole thing was like. I was like, wanted to hop on somebody else's thing or something like that, and it's just like. And or just but there wasn't a lot of I guess not a lot of motivation to that, because things weren't exactly going my way, or I don't know, but yeah, you were saying that you guys had interns.
Right.
An intern. How do I get an intern over here?
You don't need to go there until you know. It's like one of those. It's one of those things that it's more problem. You should only worry about that when you actually need.
Right. Yeah.
You know. And,
no, I'm kidding. One of my interns might be actually listening. Patrick, I'm not talking about you.
I'm trying to get my assistant on these streams. He streams a little bit, but he's going through some things right now. So eventually, I'm hoping he'll be on it. But he's been a real blessing because he's local, and it's nice to just be able to sit down and show him stuff, and then he goes and works on it at home. And I have a computer here for him as well, and he'll when the drama isn't happening, he'll come in and work the drama, meaning like you can't go to work.
Oh.
That's right. He hasn't come in since Aldermont has taken over.
Stupid Voldemort. All right, guys, I got to bounce. It's been a good
All right,
time. Thanks for having me, Jason.
Yeah, thanks for coming on, Nick.
Thanks. Nice seeing you again.
Yeah.
Yeah, bud.
Yeah. See you, man.
Later, Anthony. Have a
Later.
good one.
You as well.
No.
And then there were 3.
This
Bob,
one
you
was-
want to share your screen at all?
It matters not to me. Whatever. I mean, if you, it really don't. I've gotten to the place now where I don't hate some of the work I've got. I mean, because, like I said, I was really hating my bodies in perspective thing. Earlier, it was driving me bananas.
Yeah. Oh, here, let me show Anthony's. I haven't shown his in a little bit.
Oh. Those golden tones.
Yeah, I think this is that sunset feel. I don't know. I think maybe it has to be redder, but or oranger.
Ranger.
I don't think it's way too much, but
You kind of got to draw that that spiritual sunset to which all other spiritual sunsets bear some resemblance. Because if you actually you could take pictures of a sunset and go in and just kind of paint lightly over them and show somebody, and they'll say that's that's not real. That can't be real. And really, it's amazing the variety you can get. But, So yeah, I guess you kind of looking for that. Yeah, like I said, the spiritual sunset. That's but I think it's extremely believable to me. I think the light is right.
yeah, it looks cool. I'm liking this. I'm liking the way it looks. So then he's scooping up sand. So now I got to draw sand. And this I have no idea how I'm going to do it. And it's supposed to be kind of blowing away and also getting some light.
Oh.
So I got to do all that. And then I got to draw the sand coming down here, because he's sort of on a hill. So I have to do all that.
Well, you kind of go ham on one panel and then you move to another, huh? Those are very realized panels, color and everything.
Yeah,
And
this
the rest-
is almost. I don't know what else I'm going to come up with yet, because I'm probably going to do some background here, some lighting for the trees or something. Back here a little bit, silhouettes maybe.
Yeah.
But I may not do that because it's we're on crunch time and we need to have all these done.
Got to kick something out.
Yeah. So actually I forgot this guy. Here. Gotta draw his. Wait, did everybody say what they were reading? We started talking about interns.
Did you have one that you're reading?
I just finished the Chuck Dixon's Avalon series.
Oh.
If anybody checks that out, it's all I just got it all on Kindle.
Like
And,
Arthurian stuff?
No, it's modern day superhero thing, and so how would I describe it? But it's a 6 issues miniseries following these 2 guys who are not really a part of they're vigilante heroes. They have special powers and stuff, but they're not a part of any team or something like that. And it deals with it doesn't solely deal with modern day politics, but you see it kind of venture around that kind of thing. And it's just Chuck Dixon. Chuck Dixon's awesome. Makes really good hard-boiled, really good action comics, and the dialogue's great. It's funny. It's a really good series. I really enjoyed it. And because I've been really trying to step up my storytelling capabilities, my writing. I think, Jason, you've been having some really good streams talking about, I guess it was story. A lot of people have been on talking about that.
Mm-hmm.
And there's been a lot of good advice and a lot of good talks about that. And it just again, it's these synchronicities that I keep seeing where things that I was working on, and then something then you guys are talking about exactly what I was just going over my head, trying to and then also trying to change up my whole workflow here.
Oh, good. I'm
But
glad it's helping.
so yeah. So just trying to be a better storyteller, stop worrying about like just getting something done or getting something out there. I want people to like, because I really do enjoy story. I really do enjoy really good story, not just like, oh, this is crap. I can do crap plus one. You know, it's like just get a little bit above crap.
Yeah.
I can write something. If this got filmed, if this got made, I can make something.
Yeah.
That's not a good enough thing. It's like I actually want it to be good.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I was reading Chuck Dixon, and I'm like, I remember going over what Doug was. If anybody ever has time, like listen to the video that Doug wrote about writing the three act structure, and then how he breaks it all down, and then how I keep seeing that all the time now in different writers. Like Chuck Dixon has that, like a single page is like beginning, middle, end. The next page, beginning, middle, end. It's like the scenes have that, and if it's a 2-page or whatever, and the scene goes on, it's like you can see it, and he writes it like just like that, and it's awesome. So, anyways,
Chuck Dixon, you said?
oh yeah, man, the guy who created Bane.
Oh, really?
He's had some, he's the guy who created Bane. He has some pretty good. It's pretty much whatever he writes. Like he wrote some Birds of Prey, Nightwing, the Nightfall series with Bane, when introduced Bane into the whole thing, where Bane broke Batman's back. So that was around the 90s, around mid 90s to late 90s, I think.
Yeah.
And that's what, so that whole series, that was really great. He wasn't like the sole writer in that whole thing, but he was like, interchanging between this other guy. And then Nightwing, and then even like I had to go through my comics to see if what I had by Chuck Dixon, and I had like Batman versus Predator.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, and so there was like and it wasn't even like the first in the miniseries; it was part 3 in the whole thing. So it was like there's Batman versus Predator, and there was like 1 through 4, and then Batman versus Predator 2. He did 3. I don't know if he did them all, but I had Batman versus Predator part 3, and it was really great. Like you think that like this is like some throwaway, but it's not. It's actually was written really well.
Wow.
And he was instrumental too in bringing in a lot of artists from South America, and his whole history of comics and stuff. He has a whole little documentary about that. Like he just sits there, he's just talking about all the different artists that he introduced that were really great, that were in I think it was South America, and he was instrumental in getting a lot of those people work.
Any particular reason why it was like South America, or?
He just liked the artist. Like he would see some of the art from there, and he loved it. And it was like, I can't think of anybody's name because it was like I was like getting introduced to it. I'm really horrible with like artist names and stuff.
Often I am too, yeah.
But yeah, so he liked a lot of the art that was around there, and he wanted to see if he can get somebody there to work on one of his books, to work with them, and he ended up doing that. And he was trying to help them out and stuff. And he would go over there, talk to them, and and they would try to get work, and just on and on and on. And it's a pretty good.
And you say there's a documentary on it?
Yeah, I think it's actually, you got to go. Let me see if I don't know if it's available. Like I think because he's on a channel where you have to pay, but I don't know. I think it's free. Let me see if it's. If I can actually send it over. Oh yeah, Argentine Adventure. That's what it's called.
Really?
Yeah, you gotta
What service
is it? Subscribe. You gotta subscribe to. It's called unauthorized.tv, and he's on there. And you have to actually gotta have a subscription to that. And he has like a bunch of stuff on there. Oops, I just closed it. I should have just read off what he has on there. She's unauthorized.tv.
I've never heard of that one. There are so many now that have popped up, different services.
Oh yeah, so they don't get like taken off or demonetized and all that. So it talks about the creation of Bane, Breaking In, Part 1 and Part 2, Writer's Block, action, violence, Bane at the movies, my favorite characters. He talks about Birds of Prey. Talks about then the Argentine adventure. It's just a ton of stuff. He has like a ton of videos. It's about 20 videos here, and he just talks about all the stuff. And then Doug goes over writing and all this stuff, so it's pretty cool.
Wow.
So look him up. Look Chuck Dixon. Look him up.
I will have to look him up. Do it. But a writer, not an artist.
Yeah, he's just a writer.
All the writers in the chat were like, just a writer.
Just a writer.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
He's got a novel, I think. Yeah. I got some sand pictures.
Yeah, get that
Let me
reference.
see what I have here.
Do you have just like a huge stock library, or do you go out and find it on the great Google?
Yeah, I go out and I'll take pictures if I can, but mostly, I'll go to Google. I found a bunch of places where like I can just like, I don't know. It's mainly just for scenery because if any posing, I just do it all myself.
Mhm.
But like scenery shots and stuff, if you want to like find some good pictures, just I don't know, just Google, mix and match, put some stuff together.
Yeah. Because you'll never find the perfect one, and that's probably good. You know, it just kind of forces us to really work harder at it.
Right.
And to have
Yeah.
the original.
Yeah, mine is just this is important. Is the sand. I need to see how she looks, Yeah. Let's see.
Now it sounds like a jungle outside.
So much interesting noises coming from that window. I've been drawing it backwards the whole time.
I think I've done that about 80 times. It's way better when I flip it.
I guess it doesn't matter.
It looks good though. It's a lot of movement.
Yeah, I was worried that it would be clear enough, but I think it's working. Oh, no, I didn't.
That's a tough visual story to tell. Are you just now saving it?
Forgot to save it this whole time.
You are.
Crazy. Crash.
Oh, I just got sick to my stomach.
Yeah. I now I have that autosave on.
I did not know that was a thing. Is that an Adobe
Yeah.
thing?
No, Clip Studio Paint has it. You can do it with Adobe Photoshop. You can do that. Where
I'm
it
in Clip
restores.
Studio. How do I find it in Clip Studio? Let's see. Preferences.
Preferences. I don't remember.
File canvas. Maybe file. Canvas recovery is on. Let's see.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Save recovery data and I do it every 10 minutes.
Where do you see that though?
That's under File.
File. Oh, see. Oh, maybe we have different versions.
Oh, okay. So yeah, you just probably have to just update it.
Okay. It says enable canvas recovery saving interval. There it is. I'm a dummy. It's right in front of my face.
Okay, there you go. And so that'll just automatically save if it all shuts off, it'll turn back on, and hopefully Not saying it's foolproof. I don't think it's not worked for me. So I think, but that's happened when I was working on the seasons page, and I think it took and the only other thing was like I think I did it it was already preset, I think, to something like maybe every 20 minutes or something. And then I guess I did 20 minutes of work and it was all gone.
It does hurt. I mean, it's good to know that actually exists. I've been liking Clip Studio for the drawing, not coloring. I'm not there yet. I've got to learn more. Because I have the whole creative suite. I just wanted to see other things. But I do like it. The only thing is it doesn't use graphics processor for acceleration. So it doesn't use the GPU is what I'm trying to say. That sucks because your CPU, if you have 3 screens like me, usually gets a good portion of it. I keep the activity monitor up over here, and it's just devastating to my system. There's no way it shouldn't, but that's just what they've chosen as a design philosophy is to not use the the GPU. So if I could change one thing, that'd be it.
See, I don't know what you're talking about, so I don't know how important it is.
Well, if it's running well for you, then who cares?
Right, exactly.
I mean, this is a pretty ripping machine, but I built it for video editing, so it's very graphics intensive, but not the regular central processing unit. I didn't really think I'd have to boost that up for anything. So, whatever.
Yeah, I had this built as well for like a little bit of video editing, and then just mostly just using other art programs. And I think that that would be pretty basic stuff that I'll need. But it's been running pretty smooth.
Shoot, I just made like 7 new layers for no good reason.
Yes.
Problem is, I've got this remote that I use instead of using the keys on the side of here because I can't stand them. I don't know why, but then I think I reprogrammed some of these on accident, or I'm not using the right profile because it is not behaving.
Yes.
So do you use the function where it like keeps each panel by itself, like in a little folder, to where it can't let it like encroach on other panels? I don't even know what that functionality is called.
No, I just see that's the thing is that like I always whenever I was watching like I watched Jason when he was like doing something like that where everything was like in a specific file, or when he was flatting. I keep forgetting. I'll remember. I'll do it, and then I forget. I just don't even do it anymore. It's like I never keep it up. I remember seeing that, like seeing him do that, and then after that, I was like, I should be more savvy and more in order about these things, and have things. I should do that, but no, I make things all super difficult for myself. But yeah, so you do that.
Well, yeah, I mean, I use the function where, like, if I put it into this rectangle, I can resize the rectangle, but whatever I draw stays in there. It's kind of like a clipping mask, but not really. And so it's really nice to just be able to focus on one, and I can overdraw. I can draw way outside the bounds, and then I increase it, and I can crop it just on the fly that way. It's been kind of nice. It's not something that happens that quickly. You'd have to really kind of try with Photoshop. A little prohibitive. Try and do the same thing, but I like it. So far, so good. I don't use the cloud saving function that it has.
Yeah, I never use that one.
I'm not even sure that I trust it. I don't know why. I actually don't know why I wouldn't trust that. I have to reassess my entire way of thinking there. Because they're not in the data storage business. They're in the freaking software business.
Someone cutting their nails?
That's what I was just saying.
Yep. It is very loud.
Wait, you are cutting your nails?
I don't miss my son. He's
Oh, okay.
right behind me. Yeah.
Got it.
We all work in the same room, except for my wife, who works on the other side of the house because she's a nurse and can't be like working with other people around. It's just some
Got
kind of confidentiality stuff.
Sheesh.
Yeah.
She's a nurse, so she's doing like video calls and stuff. with
She's in mental health, so a lot of what she can do, she supports several providers, whether they're nurse practitioners or doctors, and she has to make sure that, between just making sure people do their meds right and get educated properly, to giving them advice on, kind of how to stick it out in this time. I mean, it's crazy busy in mental health right now. Those of us who are
Yeah.
afflicted, so it's been kind of great that she can still work, but it is a little bit stressful just dealing with the people who are stressed.
Yeah. Sheesh.
But she has to go in every once in a while, still I can't remember if it's every week or whatever, to give injections. So that kind of going into places where people who are sick regularly is kind of a stressful thing.
Yeah. My wife worked as a pharmacy technician for a long time, and when she was working there, she never got sick.
Huh.
She thinks it's just because her immunity was so built up from being around all these sick people.
That's awesome.
I guess that makes sense.
Get a part-time job, working at the pharmacy. No, thank you. That's a lot of counting. I mean, all joking aside, them people got to count a lot. The pharmacist does.
Yeah.
Don't screw it up.
Yeah, a lot of pressure. And she would like know everything the pharmacist knew. I mean, that's just kind of her personality. She learns that stuff really quick, and then she'd be catching all these things that the pharmacists were doing wrong. Like, you can't subscribe this to children. It says right on the label. And the pharmacist is like,
Oh, that is horrifying. Please pay attention.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like that episode of that 70s show where Eric got to go to it was like go to parents' work day. I don't know, whatever.
Yeah.
He had to go to the hospital with her. And then it was always her correcting the doctor. Like he would say, you're going to die. And then he was like, wait a minute, you're going to have a full recovery. And it's like, because she'd flip the board over, or she'd give the wrong, or she'd tell him to go a few pages more or something. Anyways. Yeah.
That's awesome. That is awesome. That show supposedly took place in Kenosha, Wisconsin, and that's where I live. Weird. It's just weird. I watched a few of the episodes. It was pretty funny. It's a long time ago, though.
Yeah, it's only good for about 4 seasons, and then it just gets really stupid. I don't think they're not going to censor us for that. I don't think.
Unless they're huge That 70 Shows fans. In which case,
Squeeze me? Baking powder? Right.
you are demonetized. That's it. But you said you don't monetize these streams anyways, do you?
No, I haven't been.
Don't bother.
Because of such situations.
No, it just doesn't do anything.
Right.
It's not particularly why you're doing it. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not your goal.
Right.
I hate advertising as much as the next guy, and so if I don't have to have it on my channel, then just avoid it.
I pay for YouTube, so I don't even know what gets ads or what doesn't get ads. Like, because you have opted out of monetization, does that mean your viewers get 0 ads? I mean, that's kind of neat, but I don't know that that's the way it works.
I don't think people have to sit through a pre-roll ad type thing before they start watching the stream. I mean, I don't know. What anyone in the comments have to see an ad on my stream? If so, then I'm gonna turn the monetization back on.
I mean, if you got to sit through them.
Yeah.
I'm bummed that I can't see the comments. Oh no, I can. Never mind. They're over here. It's live comments. Jeez. Hi guys. I've been thinking this whole time that I just have to sit in isolation like a dunce in the corner. Wow. There's all kinds of people talking.
Whoa.
It's like I'm not alone.
Oh, people.
So, what is it? Read Chuck Dixon.
I need to make a note of that, actually. I have a little document on my phone that I keep updating lately.
Yes.
Notes.
So if you guys are watching online, just know that I have this is streaming also on Twitch. It's also streaming on Facebook. So if you are big into any one of those platforms, you can find me there. You can find me on Facebook at the Jason Brubaker, and on Twitch at Jason Brubaker. Yeah. So you don't have to just be on YouTube, and I can see your comments from any of those places.
Oh,
Nice. It's so amazing.
It's so nice, though. Bless you.
Sorry.
I have held my portion of the social contract, and I have blessed you after you sneezed.
and I've been trying to read some novels. Like, so I like to just get away from the screen and not listen to anything. So I was, but I listened to the Norm Macdonald book, based on a true story.
Is that literally called based on a true story, or is it?
No, it's just no.
I
But
was willing to believe. I don't know.
it's one of the greatest books you'll ever read. It's hysterical. If you like Norm Macdonald, I mean, I don't know if you
actually,
guys-
the comedian Norm
yeah,
Macdonald?
Norm Macdonald, yeah. So he if you ever do the audiobook would be perfect. You ever get that? It's amazing. And then just having the book there, if you ever want to read it again and just read to your friends, just some of the whatever, it's just the situations or the chapters. It's amazing. I loved it. I loved every bit of it. Such a good book.
I gotta write that down.
That was a great book. And then, yeah, just been reading some. I'm actually like, it'd be funny. Like, I'm actually reading Frankenstein.
Oh,
And,
Mary Shelley version, or is it?
yeah.
Another? Okay.
Yeah, the Mary Shelley version. 'Cause I've always wanted to sit down and read. I'm actually enjoying it. I'm just I just started reading it, so I'm like just a few chapters in, and just no, it's really good. There's other little analyses that I want to go into it about the whole horror genre itself, and I've been going through that, and that was like I was like, oh, I'll just start with these ones.
Yeah.
So I've been enjoying that.
Oh, that's a good one. I did not enjoy Bram Stoker's Dracula as much as I enjoyed Mary Shelley's. I don't know why people lump those two together, but they couldn't be much more different.
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh. One reads more like the King James Bible, and the other one is just really well articulated and kind of just beautiful imagery. And if you don't know that, I'm saying that the Bible one is the Bram Stoker's Dracula. Just so, oh man. But no, I enjoyed Frankenstein. It's been a while.
Yeah, and just I'm a big reader. And I really want to get people to read these books.
Yeah.
read these things. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to check that out. I will probably do audiobook for the Norm Macdonald one, because that sounds, if he's gonna, I would
Dude,
rather
it's
hear him
it's
do it.
amazing.
Yeah.
It's so good. if you're a big Norm Macdonald fan, if anyone in the chat's a big Norm Macdonald fan, read that book. It's great. It's really great.
Not what do you call it? Not affiliated with anything having to do with Norm Macdonald, his estate, or
Right, exactly. No, none of that. None of that.
Not sponsored.
None of that. No.
I'm on my third Malcolm Gladwell book, so I'm kind of just on a kick. That's
Oh yeah, he has amazing podcast. You ever listen to that?
I have not. I
There's
feel kind of silly. I should.
yeah, there's the one about, what is it? Malcolm Gladwell. Let me look this up. Malcolm Gladwell. It's the episode. Okay, it's called "The Foot Soldier of Birmingham" with Malcolm Gladwell. Listen to that. So he has a podcast called Malcolm Gladwell Revisionist History,
Yeah.
and holy crap!
Foot soldier of I can't spell soldier. Soul deer
It's yeah.
of Birmingham.
Yeah. Listen to that. It's all, yeah, you can listen to that for free. It's really great. And it just, that's a whole other thing about, kind of actually, like, yeah, it actually has to deal with, like, a lot of what we were talking about earlier about just people believing things or believing lies or something like that and why they do.
Well, that's the whole point of revisionist history.
Right. but what, just, man, it's a very, very good, that's a very good episode.
Yeah, I have it on the list. I never catch up with the list.
Well, hopefully some of these, like, we'll get to the top there, the Malcolm Gladwell one. That one's good.
That's one I probably will promote to the top because I just really have been respecting his writing, his research lately. It's been super intuitive. Not intuitive, insightful, not intuitive.
So he did Outliers, right?
Right,
Yes.
yeah.
What else has he written?
Talking to Strangers was
Oh.
the one I was talking about earlier.
Mm-hmm.
The current one is David and Goliath, which isn't so much biblical. It's just about the notion that, what is it about underdogs that makes them successful? Not to take anything power away from the actual original story of David and Goliath, but there's a reason why David in this story did well against Goliath is he didn't play on his terms. He stood 40 yards away and threw a rock at 150 miles an hour and hit him just the right place and won. So that's, so now we have to look at, according to the book, now we have to look at what we think are strengths in a particular scenario and actually ask, is it better to go to a Ivy League school than it is to go to a regular university for sciences, STEM-based stuff? And then there's some crazy stats that come out and said, if you're not in the top 1% of your class, don't waste your money because it may actually make you drop out to go to these higher level institutions. That's a very high level view of what he was saying. I mean, it is pretty fascinating, what we think are strengths and weaknesses. If you know anything about basketball, he did a whole study on a know-nothing coach with a bunch of know-nothing kids, middle school girls team, and he went and he said, I'm going to coach this team, and they were terrible and wound up winning the championship because he just did nothing but a full court press the entire time, and that's considered bad form, and coaches would get mad at him, but he won the championship. So are we wanting to win or what? They were super underdogs, but they figured out what the stone in the sling was for their league, for their championship. So I'm about a third of the way into the book. I think, and he is his kind of very calming voice. He's reading the books, the audio books that I'm in.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of nice to hear his words and his inflection. Although when he gets into statistics at some point, I think it's better probably to look at it on a piece of paper.
Mm.
Because I think he's trying to impart what a spreadsheet looks like in descriptive reading. I think, right? Yeah, I like that. I like that one. That's the kick I've been on thus far. I started reading one. Wasted my money on a book called The War of Art.
Mm.
And I thought, hey, this is going to be cool. I mean, it's a play on the art of war. This is going to be great. But early on in the book, he said some things that were just like super inflammatory. And like, if you have, mental illness, well, that's, that's definitely something you should just get over, and it was just crazy how, that's one of the mental obstacles you need to get over is your mental obstacle. Well, that makes zero sense, bro.
Yeah, I had quite a few problems with that book too, to where it just made me go, okay.
How far did you make it?
I finished it. It was short enough, but there was enough things in it that I was just like, okay, that's an interesting opinion, but
well, that's just it. If he would have come out and said something about opinion writing or whatever, I might have just put it down and gone on my way. But I hung in there thinking there was some kind of study he was going to give me, some kind of observation based in empirical science. There was nothing. So I'm glad you read it too. And
I don't know of many people who say they don't like it. So yeah, it's interesting to hear someone that they didn't like some of it.
Either I now I feel like I'm gonna have to go finish the stupid book. Jeez.
It didn't get any better in my opinion. No, it was simple. I mean, it was kind of trying to hit that one point over and over again about what is it, like the obstacles, the resistance. Is that what it was?
Yeah, it was resistance. That's right.
And yeah, there's some valid arguments there, but
Yep.
I think some of the thought process was a little, I don't know, his worldview is a little screwy for me. It doesn't line up with my worldview, so
right.
fine.
And if it was science based and whatever, but it wasn't, and then he did seem to keep droning on the same points.
Yeah.
I kept waiting for more. So that's my book report. I'm glad we're on the same page. Ooh. It may actually be getting warm enough here to take off a sweatshirt. Have I asked you why you don't listen to music when you're working? Is that, I wonder if I've already asked you.
It's just for the live streams. I think YouTube banned my last video because of just a little music intro that I put on.
Okay.
That I wrote and performed and made everything for it.
How dare you?
I think that's why it got removed, and because the algorithm said that it's copyrighted music or something. Even though I don't know how that could be possible. I played the guitar, I sang, I made the beat myself. Like, what qualifies it as a song that I wrote anymore?
How could it be any? Yeah.
So I just don't do music anymore on any of my stuff. I mean, I'll still try to do music on my own videos, but my own music. But I don't think I'm gonna try it anymore for the live streams.
Sounded too much like Muse, probably.
Yeah.
I thought it was a Muse song.
Do you know who Muse is, Jason?
I do.
Oh, does he? Oh, he loves Muse.
I didn't know that.
I have a couple Muse songs in my playlist.
Yeah.
See? Loves them.
Just love them.
Doesn't everyone love them? I don't know.
I only like, I think, 3 of their songs out of like the 15 albums that they have.
Yeah, I think it was like, this was like, I don't even know how long ago it was. A couple years ago, where you were on a stream, and I made fun of you because you you played Muse,
Oh yeah.
and then I think Shelly and I were going at it. No, I'm just kidding. It's like, just yelling at each other, like, don't make fun of Muse. No, I'm kidding. She wasn't doing that.
I need Kelly back here.
Yeah, to like monitor.
She was fun to have on the streams. She enjoyed it too. Eventually, we're going to try to get it to where she is back involved here. Right now, she's working at the school, and so she can't do it much. But trying to get once Cognitive Drawings published, I'm going to try to. She wants to try to like go to conventions with it. And I think she's in the school world,
Cool.
and she wants to try to be contacting people about it and stuff.
Cool.
We're trying to get it to where she can actually have an income from coming in here, not just coming in and helping out for free, And then it will make it so that she doesn't have to work for the school. But it takes a little bit of work to get income for two people.
Right.
So I don't know how soon that will happen.
Well, I know that my wife was in full-time school for years in different degrees and whatnot. And yeah, I'm just an artist. So that got real dicey.
Yeah.
But, God is good, like you say. Even if he didn't provide, he would have been still good. It's just, yeah.
Yeah.
With that,
If he didn't provide with art, he would provide in some other way.
Right.
I'd rather not think of it that other way. No, I used to build houses. I know how to build a house. I was working chemical engineering, although those jobs are harder to land nowadays without a full-on degree.
I always had thought construction would be my fallback because I did a little construction when I was before I moved to LA, and I liked it, but it can really get hard on your body as you get older.
Yep. And your hand,
In your hand, yeah.
it's really, really difficult.
Yeah. It's true. Probably would have changed my art career a lot if I would have pursued construction to be the main thing I did. I don't know, maybe not. But I did do it a little while. I worked at this place that made those big coachman trailers,
Oh, yeah.
mobile home trailer type things. Not mobile homes, but camper
Order.
trailers,
Yeah.
$100,000 units. I don't know.
Yeah. It's crazy. They cost that much. But hey,
You guys will appreciate this. On my screensaver on my phone, I have this psalm. It says, oops, I keep deleting it. Unless the Lord builds the house, those who build it labor in vain. Unless the Lord watches over the city, the watchmen stay awake in vain. It is in vain that you rise up early and go to bed late, eating the bread of anxious toil, for he gives to his beloved sheep. And I have that as a reminder because I'm like, I could stress out about all this stuff, but unless God's building it, it's all in vain.
Yeah.
And every now and then I'll pray, like, God, please build this house for me. I don't want to be building this thing and eating that bread of anxious toil, like stressing out about these streams and everything. So anyway, I know you guys will appreciate that. So
No, it's really great.
it really helps me. I think about it a lot. So
no, it's good. It's a good word.
just all to say that, I can do as good of work as I can, but the real magic element is that God's building it, I think. At least that's the way I look at it.
I'm just thinking about that now. That's a very. I got to ruminate on that.
It's Psalm 127.
Psalm 127.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's where it's from. Because you can get real caught up in doing everything, marketing, like
Right.
really, and then you're not sleeping, you're stressing out, and sometimes it really feels like you're just doing all this work for nothing, and there's no results. I hate that.
Mhm.
I don't want to. If it's not something I need to be doing, I don't want to do it. I don't want to stress out about it because you'll just, like it says in Proverbs, like sprout wings and fly away. The money you make and stuff, it's. I don't want to waste my time. Basically, what it comes down to.
Yep.
Yeah, it's interesting. Interesting. Got to think about that. Yeah, because it's like, one of the things that I'll pray about is getting that sincere heart. And when I was thinking about prayer, when you think about your faith and you think about those things, again, like you can take years and not really understand why you're doing it or understand fully, or sitting there and thinking because you're so distracted all the time.
Yeah.
And so it's just like one of those things. It's like I'm trying, like, Lord, build in me a sincere heart. So it's like, if you take this away from me, will I be, will I glorify you still? Will I still love you? Will I still even? So anyways, I just think that, like, I don't know, just like think about building that sincere heart, that if it didn't happen, would I still, pursue my faith or pursue God and glorify him?
Mm-hmm.
And then more and more, when I was going through, struggling, messing up, going through comics, trying to do this every which way, I can see, like, now my heart is totally like, whatever happens, whatever, like, my heart is getting more and more towards, like, if it all was just taken away, if this ends up happening, because I'm seeing what's more important now,
Yeah.
And so, yeah, if it isn't for God, if this whole thing isn't for God, if it isn't, yeah. Because I see I have a talent and you can use these gifts. I have a gift. And so I'm like, can I use this gift for God in some way? And like a lot of the, like a lot of people, a lot of Christians, like, they want to kind of use it, and they try to make a section for you, right? You have a Christian section. So, like, now you're a Christian, you can only be in the Christian section. And so, but I don't believe in the section. I just believe in just do your story, do wherever it goes.
Yeah. The work should just go wherever whatever. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, say what you want about Kanye. Kanye West is in his new album, Jesus is King, and it's not new, but it's new-ish. And whether or not you believe he's sincere, really not up to me.
Right.
But he was interviewed, and somebody says, "Hey, does this actually make you a Christian artist now?"
See somebody here.
I forget what his issue with it was, but I resonated with it. It's like, if you're just an artist, do I have to be a Christian artist? Can I just be an artist?
Yeah.
That happens to be Christian?
Yeah. So remember when art was just, everything was Christian art, it's like anything that was art that was put out there. It was sort of like, no one even thought about Christian art. No one thought about that. It's a whole, it's like these are catchphrases. These are things, these are marketing ploys. These are like things that trends that you just pick up and you just start saying. It's like, how were these things even created? It's like, is it all in a lab? Is it all, is it all somewhere with somebody sitting somewhere and creating these things where they try to section you off and then it becomes a part of the mainstream?
I I have a different insidious point of view with why Christian art started out being called Christian art in like in music in the 90s and whatnot. It's because it was bad. And to give them like their own little play box or sandbox to play in so that they could have their own awards and they could have their own little microcosm. It's because it just wasn't as good. It wasn't as relevant. And it's not like you go back and it's not like it's classical music that can actually be like scientifically proven, not mathematically proven to have a pattern and whatnot. That was some of the Christian music, but Christian music is bad.
Well, yeah, I just think that when you rate, like eventually, like Christians just sort of like first they everything was like Christian, like everything was like going that direction, right? It was like something where it was had meaning and purpose, like things that resonated with you, that were truth drops, that were like, there's a lot of truth in this whole thing. That was usually like, well, there's only one truth. It's like, it's God's truth. Like there's truth and there's lies, anyways, but you started seeing that a lot in the movies and everything. And then eventually just Christians just sort of started self-ejecting themselves from making movies and all that kind of stuff. Cause somehow, again, another idea popped in our heads that we need to stay away from these things. We need to stay away from Hollywood. We need to stay away from art. It's not Christian. Everybody pursued it as if and then Christian became sort of a something like just to avoid, right? And then you start seeing the Christians like, okay, so like they've accepted their place, where their section, and they started just building off that. And no wonder it's bad, because it's just doesn't go anywhere. It is like, yeah, it was bad, and then it was like, it's like we made it bad. We made it bad,
imitating and not innovating.
Right. And then it's like when we were Christians, like let's say making good art or something like that, we didn't want to say we were. I don't know if this is all just like speculation. It's like you could make a case like, people don't want to say their true beliefs because they want to get up to a certain point where they feel safe enough to do that. Because if I do say it early enough, well, I'm just going to get ejected. I'm just going to get, when that's actually the opposite you should be doing. You should just be continuously professing your faith, continuously just whatever, just talking about, not like, not self-censor yourself, not be, like, I guess, so-called politically correct, lie to yourself, whatever, but to just always say what you mean. It's like, Doug TenNapel was always a really good example for me, where like somebody who just constantly says what he's always saying. He just does whatever he wants to do. He's just Doug. And like, he's made comics, like nothing, no one's ever censored him. I'm pretty sure he's gone through some sort of thing where he was censored, but it doesn't show. It doesn't seem like it ruined his life or ruined his career or anything like that, But I'm sure there's more to the story, but I just mean that there's lots of people out there who just continue to not be swayed by money, or not be swayed by indulgences, not be swayed by a lifestyle, and they just live honestly. They just live life in the light, and things turn out well, because that's what God says will happen. Will bless you.
Not necessarily, but that's another topic.
Sometimes things don't turn out well.
Right. I'm not saying that everything is going to turn out well. I just mean but you're always you live in the truth. It's like you'd rather it's like live in the truth than
you'll be persecuted. You'll be
right.
Hardships. Yeah.
All that all that stuff's going to happen, but it's not like that's where that comes in. Like, do you have that? It's like where you're praying for that sincere heart. Will I choose this if it means I got to get everything gets taken away from me?
When I was on that podcast with, let me answer this question. Fuzzy Comics says, question, did you figure out what happened to yesterday with the video being removed? No, they didn't tell me. They just removed it and said denied. We've looked at your appeal and we reject that it is not violating our terms of service. So
we hate you. I mean, we don't hate you. We have no reason.
I'll put it back on. Ethan,
That's because no one actually reviewed it.
Sorry?
I just don't believe anyone actually reviewed it.
Yeah.
I think that
right there.
have a algorithm that kicks that message back.
on my Making Comics podcast from a long, long time ago when I had Doug and Ethan on at the same time. Ethan said this really interesting thing that stuck with me, and I can't remember exactly how he said it, but it had something to do with the fact that, maybe God doesn't want you to make comics, and and we probably all will have that test in our life, or whatever dreams and passions we have. Like, are you going to anything that you'll put in front of God? He's going to test you on that, probably, most likely.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't know why I wouldn't believe that. Yeah.
And I think I went, not saying I've passed the test, but I think I went through that after Remind. I got to a point to where, like, I don't know if this is what I should be doing anymore. And I took the year off, and I was like, all right, I'm going to just not focus on making a new comic and see what happens, focus on my family and my job and trying to take care of my wife because she was going through postpartum depression, and just a lot of things going on, and comics were just getting in the way. And I think if I really stuck with it and was like, no, I'm going to keep making comics, I'm going to focus on this, I'm sure my wife and I would be divorced now, because it was a rough time.
Yeah.
And so anyway.
Fuzzy Comics, as I asked, because the exact same thing happened to my stream yesterday, and I did nothing on the stream that I consider breaking community guidelines. Yeah, that seems to be going around.
Yeah, sounds like it's just the thing that YouTube is doing.
I literally pay for royalty-free music for mine, and I've had them pulled down. I just don't. Whatever. I just ignore it because if it's not one of my actual produced ones, if it's like live stream, I do it because I just want to be on live. But if it's produced, I'll get ticked off.
Yeah.
It's too much work.
It doesn't hurt you though, right? I mean, they won't it's not
because it's not a strike. It's just a warning, right?
It's not
That's
strike,
different.
as far as I know.
It's something to look up, but I think that there's a vast difference, and one of them is actually punishing some pretty egregious stuff. Like, you'd have to really screw up to be taking a strike against your channel.
Mm-hmm.
Or no, that's not true. I've heard of some pretty vindictive people out there spuriously claiming that kind of thing, and it takes quite a bit to kind of overturn that, especially now when I don't believe anyone's actually looking at our appeals.
Yeah.
They're listening right now.
Oh no.
So they were clear with Fuzzy, that it was not a strike. That's good. That's good.
Yeah. It's like I was going back to the blessings part, because blessings are just not like, it never says like explicitly like you will prosper, right? But it's like, it doesn't mean like prosper doesn't mean money. Probably doesn't even mean a home.
Right.
Yeah.
Prosper can mean it's just like, now you know the truth, and now you can see, you have eyes to see. And so that should be it's like there's never like this, it's never monetary, in every case. So that's how I'm just like seeing this.
I mean, there's also too a difference in wisdom, like doing things out of wisdom and blessings,
Mm-hmm.
We can make wise decisions and stuff and do things that will most likely bring prosperity, most likely bring monetary gain and all that stuff, all the things that wisdom will bring you if you're just wise with how you take care of the bills and you whatever. But the blessing is a different factor. Sure. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about, guys. I'm just.
Oh, I just let you go. I'm like, oh, he's getting somewhere. I'm just kidding.
I'm not an ordained minister, but I don't know.
I know what you need to be,
but I've read enough I've read enough that I can talk about it.
It's like that client who says, "I'm not a designer, but I know what I like." Oh, I'm just messing around. I know what I like, Guido.
Yeah, I keep, after moving here, like it seemed like God really paved the road to me moving here and answered all the prayers, set up everything in ways that are so crazy that it had to be God answering prayers, and made it very obvious. And so I kind of fall back on that when I'm in a weird mood and in a rut where I'm like, this is hard. How do I keep making money at this? And how do I not go insane? Like, trying to just keep churning out new ideas, and it's a constant reminder. It's a constant struggle thinking, is this what I should be doing? But because it's been paved and prayers are answered and doors have opened, and people email me a lot saying thanks for what you're doing and stuff. It reaffirms that this is the direction I should be going, because it's vague. It's always unclear. It seems like there's never a letter delivered to your door that says, this is what you should do now.
Right.
So
I will bless you if you do this,
Right.
I mean, there is that blessing. It's like, seek first the kingdom and his righteousness, and all these things will be given to you. So there is that promise. And so that's why it's, yeah.
yeah. Yes, Pastor Jason.
Yes. Bless you, much out.
Thank you. See, there it is. There's that noise again. I thought I could get mine to make that noise.
Is that
Can you
me?
hear that? No. I think it's Jason.
No, that's not me.
No, that was me.
Oh, okay. Then you are to blame.
And you are to blame.
Yeah. This is a fun spread to draw. Man, I'm going to have to make this one into a little poster or something.
Yeah, that'd work out. That'd be cool. It's just so bonkers, dude. All those hands and arms.
I need
nuts.
to set up a little bit more, but yeah, it's fun. I still don't know what the lighting will be. I mean, I definitely need to just follow the previous page's lighting.
Yeah, I had an insane page I had to draw one time for seasons. Actually, no, there's been a couple, but like there was one that took forever because it was like it's like a mountain of bodies.
Tricky.
And it was, I don't remember. I think it's issue 3. Let me see.
Can I show you one of my least favorite that I've done so far? I'm still working on it. Here. Give me my screen for a second. Give me. I think I've shown this one on my stream, but not in here.
I don't see anything yet.
Come on now. You don't see my screen at all?
Mm-mm.
I wonder why. Oh, I'm a dummy. Yeah,
Using
I never told it to
Firefox.
share my screen. Never once. That's how much I care. If people are watching me draw this stupid thing, I'm still working on it, but it's a
Dang.
throne room scenario. And once again, bodies in perspective makes me crazy. And so I'm not. I don't think it's 100% successful, but it did drive me a little bananas. In time, I will finish it and be happy with it. But yeah, this is.
Here, zoom in. Zoom in a little more. It's hard to see that far away.
Oh, I can open it again. Here. So anyway, yeah, like these are all these people, all these standing around that just had like a conflict, and this is all the wounded and the battered and the kids and some broken weaponry, and there she is on her throne. She's just been handed a whooping.
Hmm.
And those are her guards there they're just characters in the story that I'm particularly excited about. So, some of them I think are more successful than others. These are decent. Whereas like some of these, I don't know about that stuff.
Yeah, that's hard to do.
But they're so small on the page anyways that
Mhm.
I don't know how much I should just go investing in them at all.
I would have just used the lasso tool. They would have
Yeah,
all
so that would help. I don't know that would help.
Oh, that's neat.
This is my bodies in perspective. I'm still not happy with here, but I'll get there. And I shouldn't be inking it until I sleep on it. Here's my neck breaker dragon up here. Remember, neck breaker. The dragon's having a bad day.
Nice.
Yeah, that's silly.
That's cool.
But yeah, you can take it back now. I don't need to.
No, we'll leave it on. Fuzzy Comics says one of the most powerful sermons I heard was about redefining the word good in the context of God and whatnot, and what we consider it to mean.
Whoa. I can't even imagine. See, now it's like, okay, come on, stream. Now you can tell us. Otherwise, he's going to type a lot.
Oh, this is going to take a long time.
Some of them you kind of flew through, so
Yeah, sometimes it just goes fast. I mean, sometimes I'll do a page like this that's intense, and it goes fast too. But
And I'll show you the pile of bodies
show us the pile of bodies.
here. This is page. What is this? What page is this? Page 14 on number 3. Basically,
Yep.
this pile of bodies.
It's a pile of bodies. Some of them are alive, bro.
Oh no, yeah, they're not all. Oh yeah, this is like a pile of bodies of people beating each other up, copulating, killing, and everything. So it's just one big pile of debauchery.
Yeah,
That's what's happening. And they're all smiling and enjoying it. It's like a version of Crossed, like that comic series Crossed.
I don't think I know that one.
It's pretty bad. It's Garth Ennis.
Oh, I was gonna say that's not that Straczynski one, is it? That one was amazing. I don't think it was called Cross, anything like that though. What am I thinking? J. Michael Straczynski wrote like Babylon 5, and his comic stuff is actually pretty awesome. Not a huge fan of Babylon 5, but I hear that the writing is pretty sweet.
Mm.
So.
Yeah, it's but Garth Ennis, he's pretty out there. It just gets really over the top, gross. I guess I can say, I don't know. He just really goes for it.
Better him than me.
Yeah, it's like I remember I was reading Preacher and enjoying it to an extent. It was kind of funny. It was interesting. And then I just stopped. I had to stop. I got I think I got 2-3 books in, and then I just had to stop. Just over the top. It's just really, really, really. It's like super vulgar for what else could I possibly do? What could I do to top this thing I just did? And what could I do to top this? What could I top that? On and on and on.
yeah,
And Crossed was a very good story, but it was like how can just think of a disease that infects you, and then it goes and it basically 10 times or 20 times 30 times heightens everything bad about you. And then not only that, but you enjoy it, and it's like, yeah, those are the characters in there. And so at least it was a little shorter of a miniseries, but and it was pretty good. It's pretty good scenes, but it was very. I don't think I'd ever read it again. It's like, but that was the better one of them. And he also did a Punisher series. Yeah, right. I know. Like if you want to actually it, but it turned into a whole series of books that were just based off of those characters that he didn't. I don't know if he wrote them or he continued on later on, like drawing, but like people took those characters and they created a giant series out of it. And it was, I just heard about it, you know what I mean? Like people who wrote stuff in it. I never would bring myself to read any more of it. And some more like just horrendous things happened in the book. So at least whatever Garth Ennis did was just compared to what he did.
Garth is in Garth Brooks?
Yeah.
Or Darth as in Darth Vader? Because one of them is way cooler than the other.
I don't know if anyone's named their kid Darth.
It'd be awesome.
But it would be Garth. Yeah, it's Garth. But do you think someone named their kid Darth?
I'm certain.
I mean, somebody named their kid Hitler.
Nah, only the one. I refuse to believe. Oh, somebody's honking their horn.
Yeah. So, anyways, I don't recommend Garth Ennis. It's like it's just like somebody peeing in your bathtub. That's what it feels like when you read him. I wouldn't read him. I thought I was like, oh yeah, he's one of the big top writers out there. I should read him. And I was just like, no, I don't have to read everybody.
I'm the worst. I don't know the top writers anymore.
Yeah, I just mean like generically, just if you were ever like top comic writers, and then you just the top 10 who are the most, I guess, the biggest ones or something. Who made their anyways, but yeah, he's in there, and it's it's too much.
Turn off all my lights. Yeah, I don't know how you do it, Jason, with your lasso tool, carving out everything, because you have to hit. How do you fill the line? You start drawing. Like if I take my lasso and go like that, it immediately fills it. I don't know. How do you make it go so fast when you're chopping away at it?
In Photoshop, you hit Command Delete or Option Delete to fill it with either the background or foreground color.
How do you command? That's kind of a reach right there, bro. How do you not get?
No, I use the command that's close to delete in the option. Close to delete. Not the one across the keyboard. And so I just rest my hand on my pointer finger on the delete key, and then I just switch my thumb back and forth between command and option, so based on what I know I'm going to fill it in. Sometimes I'll get it wrong.
So that's how you move a little faster.
Yeah. So I'll just so right now I'll select this part of the arm. And I just hit that. Select another part, hit it.
I just looks like a purple tunnel. I would still shot. I drift back and forth between all these softwares.
Yeah, I learned that from Tang Hang at DreamWorks. He's the one who kind of showed me that. Oh yeah, just use the delete button. It fills it in. And I was like, what? And then on. From that point on, it's been. I don't know what it's been.
Change your life.
Drawing, I can't think.
Where's my thing?
So close to finishing the page.
Is it one of those things where you're like, okay, if I finish this page, I can eat. Otherwise, I will sit in here until I starve to death.
No, I have a little bit more to do still. I have to eat. I'm gonna eat. I know I am before this page is done.
I know I'm going to have to eat before this is done.
I just know it. I got the last panel here. All the sand's looking good.
Sand.
Sand's looking good.
Let's see the sand. I have to see the sand.
There, here you guys see the sand. Well, went all into it. Hold on a second.
I was explaining how I was deleting stuff, and I was
Yep.
like, "See?" But it wasn't even on my screen.
I tried to tell you that, but you were like, shut
I
up.
was too focused. Okay, let's do this again.
Just chop, chop.
Make us a little selection and then hit it. And that way I'm not worried about having too big of a selection. You know, you mess up after a while.
Yeah. Oh, I know. Oh, that looks nice. I love just the pencils, just leaving pencils. It's a good idea. You're not going to ink that at all, are you?
The further I get along with it, the more I'll probably not ink it. You know, there's some hands that I want to clean up or change, or some of these lines I want to
I
tighten
just
up a
don't
little
know.
bit.
I just don't know that it needs.
But some of them I like really loose like that, as is.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I
some-
don't know that it needs it at all. It's not the India, in my opinion, at all. But that's it's sharp. Though. Pretty sure I baked some of my pencils in. No, I didn't. Never mind. I converted.
All right. I'm gonna get off and eat something.
Yeah, there you go. See,
I'm gonna
Good.
do it. I'll show you what my progress is so far.
let's see the sand. Let's see the sand. Oh wow. Yep, I can see it coming through his fingers
Yeah.
there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
effective.
Yeah, like right
Nice.
there. So it's a
Yeah.
little, see that like that. These little sand tools thingies, they really do help.
There's a sand tool.
Yeah, like you just do brushes through the click. You know, you just look through the assets on. You just download some brushes. This was like, it's got like, it looks like this. Like it's all. Oh wait, you can't see it there. Like it looks like that.
Yeah.
Anyways, but
Huh.
so it's pretty, and it just starts messing around with the ridges, and I start going in there with the paint and going there little by little, and that's it.
Yeah, bro. That works.
So, okay, looking pretty good, and so it goes back to black and white right there. No more, no more yellow.
Is it
That's
intended to be no more yellow or?
Yeah, so it's like at the end of the page here, it's supposed to kind of fade back to like you'll see like a little strains of yellow, probably like right here, and then I don't know. Actually, you can see me scrolling around. No, you
Okay.
can't see me scrolling around.
I can see it. Oh, I thought I saw something. It's,
Oh, okay. Maybe there is something there, but I can't because I can't see it on there. But anyways, so you're gonna see a little bit of yellow left, and then it's gonna be all darkened here because he's gonna be in shadow, and then a little bit of the sun maybe, and that's it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Probably gonna make him a little smaller actually. But anyways,
Yeah.
all right. Well,
Looks beautiful.
thanks.
Been fun.
I mean, man,
enjoy your food.
Yeah. Thanks, Jason, for letting me on.
Yeah, man.
And thanks, Mr. Crumb,
Yeah.
for talking to you.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun.
And
Hopefully
that's it.
All
All
right.
right.
See you next time.
See you next time.
stay safe.
Later, everyone.
And then
How
they
much longer? How much longer do you want to go?
I could probably go and start making dinner. Well, I mean, like, I guess it's a little early. What am I thinking? It's 4:00.
Yeah, we need to eat lunch still. It's 3 here.
You should probably eat lunch.
I usually eat lunch pretty late.
Right?
Yeah.
Man.
Because once after lunch is over, it's like everything's shot. I don't get any more work done.
Oh, I see. That's the way it was when we were building houses. Like, just to get people to get up after a half-hour break for lunch,
Mm-hmm.
it's like a miracle.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I need the time to work, so I'm grateful for this. So it keeps me focused. I haven't even looked at my phone. I haven't even looked at my email.
Yeah, I haven't even looked at my campaign. It's amazing what the live streams can do for keeping you focused. It's weird.
Right. Yeah. Hopefully you still do it after your campaign's done.
Yeah, I hope so because as long as I have something that I need to get done like this,
Yeah.
you know. So I will be continuing to work on Phobos after the campaign's over. But like if I need to start working on the female book of cognitive drawing, then that I would have to probably just do offline, you know.
Right.
I'm sitting there looking at all these other tutorials and then tracing over things a million times and trying to figure out the easiest way to do it. You know,
Try and impart that to people. Yeah, exactly. No, I think it'll be good.
so it would be harder to stream that.
No, I'm glad you've already reached the first, couple goals there. So,
Yeah.
it's funded, and then there's the next one. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's like anything over 15,000 is really what I really needed, and then if I want to play it safe, it'd probably be 17,000 is probably going to be used on stuff still,
Okay.
For printing overcharges or I don't know, just any dumb things. There's always things that come up that you don't expect.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm estimating 15,000, possibly going to 17,000 that is going to be used for the book and the shipping and all that stuff. And so anything beyond that is going towards paying my bills for the rest of the year, which is really helpful.
You think?
If that didn't happen, then I would have to stop streaming right now and go contact my friends in Hollywood and say, "Hey, can you give me a job quick?"
Me? I didn't say anything negative about you recently.
Yeah.
No, that's funny. It ain't gonna happen.
So it's nice that it's working well. It's just means there's going to be money in an account, and I can keep making the next projects.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I wish it didn't have to be that way.
Yeah.
Fridays is usually the day that I don't do any client work, so this is nice. I don't want to always do client work, but it is super necessary.
Yeah.
I love you, clients, if you're listening. This ain't my stream, so if some of them visit. But yeah, have you had any traction on Twitch? I was on there earlier, but it was echoing, so I had to turn it off.
Oh, I don't know. I kind of look after the fact and see what happened.
Oh yeah, Buster's username. They're on Twitch.
There we go.
I forgot.
I mean,
their
I do
little-
see the comments when they come in.
Yeah. You should put the link for the campaign in the description. That's what you should do.
Wait, it's not in the description? I thought What? I thought I did.
Oh no.
Oh, maybe Twitch doesn't take
Oh no, Twitch doesn't.
information.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't.
Figure
You'd
that
have to put it down below. So you don't have any, commands or anything or whatever set up. So I mean, you could just say like command cognitive drawing or whatever. If you put this stuff together, that'd probably be a terrible one. But then it would like spit out that information for you in the feed.
Yeah.
But you'd have to set it up beforehand. It's kind of a pain.
Something I will need to do.
And that's like, how you make the little slides where you put it up. It's like, hey, Bob uses this graphics tablet, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
I have one of those set up for my gear in Twitch so that I could just, if you type !gear, and it'll kick out a little list of the stuff I use.
Oh,
So
that's cool.
It takes a little bit of burden off.
Huh. I like that. Well, I'm gonna have to stop, Bob. Nolan just reminded me it's 4 p.m. lunchtime.
Should do it.
3 p.m. lunchtime for me. So
Yep. I sure appreciate letting me hang out.
yeah, thanks for coming on, man. Help keeping it alive.
Yep. We'll see you around.
All right. See you, Bob. Hey, thanks everyone for watching. And I hope you enjoyed the stream. And we will be back here tomorrow. I'll be back not tomorrow. I'm sorry. Tomorrow, Saturday. I'll be back on Monday. Every weekday, I'm planning on streaming. And so I'll be here. All right. See you guys.